You know, sometimes all you need is 20 seconds of insane courage. Just literally 20 seconds of just embarrassing bravery. And I promise you, something great will come of it.
For all the ladies in the place with style and grace, allow me to lace these lyrical douches in your bushes who rock grooves and make moves with all the mommies. The back of the club, sipping more, sipping more. Back of the club.
Hey, hi, hello. What's up, Internet? How's it going out there? Hope everyone is doing well and good. Happy Friday. Congratulations. You made it. It's Friday now. I've had a little bit of a rough day, personally. I woke up and I start watching Hasan, like most days. And this motherfucker is back on his COVID denial bullshit. It's so fucking annoying. I wish he would just shut the fuck up about it. I do. I wish he would just not mention it at all. That would be better than what he's doing now, which is just so incredibly harmful. I understand masks are uncomfortable. You don't like staying inside. Oh, it's so hard for you. But, like, I'm I'm confronting, like, the very real possibility that I am never gonna go to a concert again. I am never gonna be able to go to a Pride event again because of people like Hasan. Like, in my life, ever again, period. Because a mask is a little uncomfortable. Of course, it's not helping that I don't have any weed, and I don't feel very good. Just not feeling life in general. I don't know. I thought maybe we could, like, go through his VOD and talk about all the things he was wrong about, but that shit gets me so mad that, like, I'm shaking. I can't. I cannot. It's actually ridiculous. Like, he has this misconception that anyone who cares about COVID is just a crazed fucking radlib. A schizo, psychotic, agoraphobic, crazy person. And, like, libs haven't cared about COVID for months, if not years. Libs do not give a fuck. If anything, Hasan is acting like a lib. Like, what is leftism if you don't care about other people living or not? What's the fucking point, right? Like, you can't say you care about workers' rights and then say you don't give a shit about COVID. That affects workers. You know that, right? Like, it's so infantilizing to, like, people with health conditions that are concerned about COVID to say that they're just being, like, whiny little babies about it. Like, oh, they just want an excuse to stay inside. Like, oh, they're just agoraphobic, so they want everyone to be stuck inside in another lockdown. And, like, you sound like a fucking Republican. You sound like a hog right now, Hasan. Like, deadass, like, there's no difference. There's no difference. Like, I don't know a single goddamn lib that is still masking. I don't. That's not a thing. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. Like, a couple of Twitter people that have added him? I don't know. I feel like it's just projection. Like, oh, yeah, all these crazy people disagreeing with me, they must be schizophrenic libs. When, in fact, he is being the lib that is inconsistent in his ideology, but refuses to take in any new information. COVID surges, you can see them on a graph. That's not hypochondria. It's literally happening with data. With data. And even though the CDC isn't collecting testing anymore, we still have wastewater samples. We still know when surges are happening. Like, we're not making up the surge. People with health conditions don't want there to be another surge. Why would we want that? Why would we want to be stuck inside even longer? We're the only ones that are still stuck inside, motherfucker. It's us. Just because there's no public health measures telling you exactly what to do and when doesn't mean that you can't wear a goddamn mask. Test. Be safe. Wash your hands. Like, why is that so fucking hard to understand? What are you missing? Oh, well, the CDC didn't tell me to stay inside for a certain number of days, so I guess no measures at all then. Oh, well, you know, OSHA has been deregulated, so why even try to be safe at work? Oh, it makes me so mad. It makes me so very fucking mad. And, like, his only defense is to call everyone schizo or psycho. Like, that's not helping your argument, you know? Like, that's exactly what a right-winger would do. You know, all these crazy libs. Like, you sound like a hog. It's not schizophrenic to care about another person living or not getting long COVID. Like, no, he's so used to, like, getting attacked on things that are, I'll admit, often trivial. So he just disregards any criticism as trivial. Like, any sort of new information, any pushback whatsoever. Oh no, you're schizo psycho, fucking piece of shit, motherfucker. Like, it's so defensive, but like, he has no backing to what he's saying here. And I think he knows that. It's like, there's no fucking basis to what he's saying. He just doesn't like lockdowns and masks. Like, no one likes them, motherfucker. Nobody likes them. But guess what? We live in a society. You like all of your treats? You like 52 kinds of Oreos? Put on a mask sometimes. I don't know. His fucking mod, Brogan, has had COVID like 32 times. She's a public health expert. She just keeps going to concerts and then bragging about it. And like, oh, feel bad, give me subs. Haha, I have COVID, give me subs. Haha. Like, that's not cute. It's not funny. How about you could have worn a mask at the concert? Did you even consider that? Just the blatant disregard. Like, I should be used to it by now. It's like, what, 3 years into blatantly having my entire existence disregarded? But to, like, have Hasan say, yeah, actually, no one has ever cared about you and no one will ever care about you. It hurts, man. That hurts. That sucks. I wish that he didn't say that. You know what I mean? I don't know, man. Like, what is leftism without intersectionality? If you don't care about other people's struggles, then why are you even a leftist? Why don't you just go do a conservative grift like you talk about doing all the time? You talk about how easy it would be and how you could make so much money. Just do it then. If you don't have any fucking consistency, what's the point? Like, fully, like, on Hasan derangement syndrome right now, but, like, I don't even care. Like, this is such a consistently bad fucking take of his, and he just, like, insists on fucking bringing it up. Like, if what he says is true, and hogs will never go for another lockdown, they don't give a shit, they'll never wear a mask, and the only people who are libs who care about it are schizophrenic, psychotic, stupid motherfuckers, then why does he even address it at all? Why even say anything at all? Well, I'm just arguing with rad libs. Then stop! Then stop! If you don't see anything that anyone could ever say as valid, then don't even read chat. Why do you? Why? Literally, why? Why would you give a fuck what anyone is saying if you're not gonna consider the words that they wrote at all? he was mad because some person was like, oh, well, you just had COVID. And, like, he didn't just have COVID. He tested negative for COVID, but he didn't do a negative test the second time. Like, he didn't do another test to confirm. But he did get better right away. So, I mean, it probably wasn't COVID. So, like, maybe this is, like, a bad moment to judge him on, but he's just being so fucking obstinate to everyone that brings up COVID. Like, including Homozygoat, who's a biologist. Hi, Jesse. I'm just ranting about Hasan being a COVID denier. It makes me so fucking mad, dude. Like, he has so much influence. And he just chooses to perpetuate the same shit that, like, Joe Brandon says. Like, even Biden is better than Hasan. Hasan is to the right of Biden on COVID, which is an insane thing to say. I don't know why he addresses it when, like, he has no intention, even in the slightest, of hearing what anyone in the world has to say about COVID. Like, holy fuck. He's been upset about this since last night and all day. Yeah. Well, wait, wasn't it today? I think it happened this morning. This afternoon-ish. But yeah, I have stayed mad. I'm so pissed, dude. It's just, he infantilizes people, and he also just, like, does ableism when people are bringing up COVID. Like, oh, you have health issues and have had to stay inside for 3 years? Oh, haha, fuck you. Fuck you. It's just, it's heartless as fuck. Like, you can't pretend to care about other people and then just give up when it's inconvenient. He doesn't believe COVID is a thing anymore. Pretty much. Basically, he's saying the only people who care about COVID anymore are insane rad libs, which is not true. Liberals have not cared about COVID for months, many months, if not years. And also, he was saying, that, I mean, I guess that's most of it, is that there's no reason to care about COVID because no one cares about it. Just perpetuating the same bullshit. Like, because there's no public health measures, why should he do anything to be safe, like wear a mask, when there are surges happening? It's not like the flu. Stop! It's not the flu. It can give you long-term disabilities. You don't get long-term disabilities from the flu. Oh, he was upset last night. Oh, maybe I'll watch his video then, actually. Is it just on his Twitch? Do you know? Oh, is it the bird flu one? Yeah, we should probably watch that. Like, it can cause serious lung damage. People die from the flu regularly. Okay. And you think that's good? And you think we shouldn't take any health precautions because sometimes people die of the flu? I don't know, man. I think wearing a mask is fine, actually. I don't see, like, why that's like a life-ending measure for everyone. A world-ending measure just to wear cloth on your face. Why? Like, why is it the end of the world for everyone to get vaccinated? Is that so hard? Like, could Hasan not have said, like, yeah, there's no public health recommendations, but I still recommend that you get vaccinated regularly? Is that impossible? Is that too much of an ask? Am I being an insane rad lib? I don't think so. Let's see, Avad. Did you watch Hasan submit directly? Yeah, I was watching Hasan / also Mari. Not at all makes sense to me. Wait, what? Masks and vaccine for a surge / season. Not at all makes sense? It doesn't make sense to you? Maybe there should have been a comma there. Like, Hasan could say, he could very easily say, the majority of Americans don't care about COVID anymore. That's true. That's true. I don't think it should be that way, but he's right. They don't care. But to say that anyone who does care is insane and schizo and a psycho for caring, that's kind of fucked up, man. You don't have to do that. You're being ableist both to the people who are concerned about COVID because of health reasons and also ableist to people who have schizophrenia and psychosis. Why? For what? Oh, yeah. Homozygoat's video is out on YouTube. So we can do that. You know what I mean? Like, he could say this opinion that he has, which is the wrong opinion, without being insanely ableist and just, like, demeaning, infantilizing, patronizing, all the things. Like, I just expect a little better from him, and like he regularly refuses to have any science person on in any vein at all. He didn't even have Frogan on to talk about COVID, did he? Wait, maybe once. Maybe once in a Twitch call. Oh, I don't remember. But like, he could do so much education and like public health outreach with his platform and just refuses to see the point. And like, the thing is, like, he went from that conversation of like, oh, all these people who care about COVID are schizophrenics to, oh, you know, this guy that made the song, I'm sure you've heard it, Richmond, north of Richmond. Oh, you know, he's making some good points. You know, I should have him on my broadcast. I'll reach out to him right now. Hello? How about a fucking biologist? How about, anything? A doctor? An immunologist? Any fucking buddy else besides this fucking astroturfed motherfucking chud singer dude. I don't give a fuck about this chud singer dude. I don't give a shit, and I don't think Hasan should be platforming him. Literally for what? Because he said, oh, I'm against these Republican establishment guys? I don't give a shit. Yeah. Yeah, they're against the deep state. That's what the whole QAnon thing is. Are you new? God, I'm so heated. Huh. Jesus fucking. Have you guys heard the song? Hasan's new best friend?
My soul. I've been selling my soul, working all day, overtime hours for bullshit pay, so I can sit out here and waste my life away, drag back home and drown my troubles away. It's a damn shame what the world's gotten to for people like me, people like you. Wish I could just wake up and it not be true, but it is. Oh, it is living in the new world with an whole soul. These rich men north of Richmond, Lord knows they all just wanna have total control.
Consulting your wounds. Thank you for the biddies.
Know what you think, wanna know what you do, and they don't think you know, but I know that you do, 'cause your dollar ain't shit.
I don't think you know, but I know that you do. What does that even mean?
And it's taxed to no end, 'cause the rich men, 'cause the rich men.
I saw this, I don't get why he cared. I thought he was just making fun of it. I mean, I thought so too. He was at first. The first time he heard it, he was making fun of it. But this guy, after the song was played at the Republican debate, he came out with a video on his Instagram, like, oh, like, I don't support those guys. I wrote that song about them, all this shit. And now his son's like, oh, intrigue. I think he thinks he can, like, convert him into a socialist or something, which is never going to fucking happen. But, I don't know.
I wish politicians would look out for minors, and not just minors on an island somewhere. Lord, we got folks in the street, ain't got nothing to eat, and
get it? Like miners? Like in the coal mine? Haha, get it?
obese, milking welfare. Well, God, if you're 5'3" and you're 300 pounds, taxes ought not to pay for your bags of fudge rounds. Young men are putting themselves 6 feet in the ground, 'cause all this damn country does is keep on kicking them down. Lord,
it's not a terrible song. You know what I mean? If I heard this just on the radio at the bar, you know what? I'm jamming. It's fine. But like, why are you platforming this motherfucker instead of any science person, any medical health professional?
it's a damn shame what the world's gotten to for people like me, people like you. Wish I could just wake up and it not be true, but it is. Oh, it is living in the new world with an
The New World. Literally just dog whistling the New World Order. Yeah, but you can totally make him a socialist, Hasan. Yeah, you can save him, sure.
oh soul. These rich men north of Richmond, Lord knows they all just wanna have total control. Wanna know what you think, wanna know what you.
It's, yeah, he's trying to retcon what he meant by this song. Richmond north of Richmond. That cannot be anything but libs. If it's north of Richmond, it's north of Virginia. So it's blue states. Like, what else is up there? Never had anyone to talk about COVID before. It seems like something he would do, right? It seems like a very obvious option. No, not that I know of.
You do, and they don't think you know, but I know that you do. 'cause your dollar ain't shit, and it's taxed to no end, 'cause the rich men north of Richmond. I've been selling my soul, working all day, overtime hours for bullshit pay.
It's just like very obviously been co-opted by Republicans so that they can like cosplay like caring about the working class, right? It's a perfect fucking move. You know? An obvious one to happen like when all of this labor momentum is happening, all these unions are striking. They had to, and it is a perfect anthem. I do feel like it's a plant, but I'm not trying to be a conspiracy theorist. You know what I mean? Let's see what Homozygoat said. I think all your lungs are belong to us. God, I love Homozygoat. All right. The first description of avian influenza bird flu dates back to 1878 in northern Italy, when it was first described as a contagious disease of poultry associated with a high mortality, referred to as fowl plague. In the turn of the 20th century, it was determined that fowl plague was caused by a virus, UDC. Guy can understand his bullshit pay if he learns about the surplus value. I mean, true. True. I just don't think that's the way that conversation is gonna go. You know? Maybe I'm wrong. I would love to be proved wrong. Maybe he can, turn all the hogs into socialists, actually. Oh, it's muted. I'm stupid.
The outbreak of the virus, known as H5N1, is the biggest in U.S. history. More than 58 million birds across the country have been infected, and now the virus has spread to other mammals like foxes.
Yeah, we're so fucked, by the way. We're so incredibly fucked.
Minks and even bears, sparking fears it could mutate and start spreading more easily among humans.
Making the medical headlines today. One, the CDC announcing the first human case of bird flu in the United States. What does that mean?
Well, we've been tracking this for a while because there is a huge H5N1 bird influenza outbreak worldwide. We've been talking about it here in the U.S.
Millions of chickens and turkeys in 13 states have been killed this year because of bird flu.
Yeah, I think there's been 2 people with bird flu recently.
So, this is the thing now. Really, it always has been. But bird flu has been seeing some increasing news coverage as of late. And after that last clip, you might be wondering whether or not someone like Hassan Piker is going to survive. Don't worry, the attendees and the people like Hassan who subsist on them are safe.
For now.
Oh my god!
where did this thing even come from? The story begins in 1996. This is the first detection of H5N1. It's first identified in birds in southern China. In 1997, H5N1 in poultry was a problem. A large outbreak was seeded in both China and Hong Kong, which led to 18 associated human cases and 6 deaths. As this outbreak continued to grow, H5N1 would go on to cause more than 860 human infections with a greater than 50% death rate. Now, after these initial outbreaks, H5N1 went dormant in a way. It was not very widely detected until 2003, where it re-emerged in China and several other countries. Here, it caused more poultry outbreaks, as you could imagine. In 2005, however, wild birds really took this virus and ran, or rather flew, with it and spread it to poultry in Africa, the Middle East, and Europe. Thus began the great genetic diversification of H5N1. This resulted in multiple genetic lineages of this virus being generated and ultimately detected. Now, from here, the story is a little muddled. H5N1 itself kind of got replaced a bit in the years 2014 to 2020. Viruses like H5N6 and H5N8 began to emerge, and to some degree, these are genetically related to H5N1. They have similar genetic classifications called clades. You don't need to remember that, but ultimately, H5N1 kind of got pushed aside by H5N6 and H5N8 until the year 2020. Now, a lot of these viruses are classified by their H protein. We'll cover this more in depth later in the video. You don't really need to remember much of that anyways, but all you really need to know is that a specific clade, if you ever see these letters and numbers thrown together, this is the problem child we're talking about. 2.3.4.4b. This is where the genetic classification, the clade, is coming into play. Because after 2020 and beginning in 2021, H5N1 re-emerged once again after it was brushed aside by 2 other H5-bearing viruses. H5N1 belonging to the clade 2.3.4.4b, which again, you don't need to remember, but H5N1 belonging to this clade re-emerges in 2021. This resulted in it becoming dominant more or less worldwide. It began to ascend to dominance in Asia, Africa, Europe, and the Middle East. This is because its N1, the neuraminidase, again, you don't need to remember this, but the N1 allowed it to re-emerge as it was very, very well adapted to birds after some genetic shuffling it did during dormancy. So after these events happened, thus began the global H5N1 outbreak that we're seeing in birds right now. After 2021, the virus began to be detected in wild birds in Canada and the US. Not only was this detected in wild birds, but you started to see outbreaks in commercial and backyard poultry as well. And this brings us to the more current situation where we have seen sporadic human infections and a whole host of...
If you're wondering why you should care about this, bird flu kills around 50% of people that it infects. So that would be bad. It would be very, very, very bad.
Mammals being infected. So the continued spread of H5N1 from this problem clade has, quite frankly, led to a very large number of infected birds. Here's a figure from the CDC's technical report showing the variety and geographical distribution of the affected birds, not only in the US, but with some spread in Canada as well. The red signifies commercial poultry, the yellow is non-commercial, and green is wild birds. What you're seeing is certainly an undercount. This goes to show you how many different kinds of birds have been affected during the current outbreak. The United States is currently up to 58 million bird deaths total from the outbreak, both from the virus itself and the culling of birds to prevent the spread. Globally, the situation is not much better. Here's a map of H5N1 cases in birds starting from October of last year to January of this year. This is also out of date and also an undercount. The outbreak in birds, quite frankly, is devastating. The impacts of this on the ecosystem, our food systems, and the commercial trade is going to be felt for a pretty long time. Worth noting that H5N1 spread in wild birds cannot be controlled, and if you have an outbreak in a commercial flock, you're going to get mass cullings. Given that, as of recording, spring migration of birds is well underway, these maps are going to look a lot worse and potentially different in the future. But it's worth noting, birds are not the only ones who can get bird flu, despite what the name would tell you. Mammals can get it too.
Birds are no longer the only ones getting sick.
And now there are increasing concerns.
Yeah, and the crossover is worrying because if the crossover happens to mammals, then obviously it's more likely to happen to humans.
Over infections cropping up in mammals.
H5N1 influenza, more commonly known as the bird flu, can be transmitted to mammals. And while the World Health Organization says the risk to humans remains low, they are closely monitoring.
The first thing we should talk about is the Spanish mink farm outbreak. Wild birds ostensibly descended upon a mink farm in Galicia, Spain, in October of last year. They brought H5N1 with them and transmitted it to the mink in the factory farm here. Scientists are concerned this led to community spread between the mink on the farm. Well, why do we even care about that? For starters, every chance the virus has to replicate represents another chance it will mutate. Basically means H5N1 is cooking, and that's not something we want to let happen. There are known mutations that it could acquire that lead to mammalian adaptation. We'll talk about that in depth later. So scientists, by isolating the H5N1 viruses from the mink in this mink colony in Spain, they can see if the virus has acquired any of these problem mutations that might suggest the virus is starting to adapt to infect mammals. Now, the good news here is that the mink outbreak was not very widespread among the colony, but scientists did notice the presence of one mutation that—
They're so cute! They're so cute! I know they're being bred for like fur or something, but they're really fucking cute, and that makes me sad.
That is the harbinger of mammalian adaptation. As virologist Tom Peacock notes, and yes, his name is Peacock and we're talking about bird flu, the irony is not lost on me, but as he notes, other problem mutations did not arise in this specific outbreak. So if we take all this together, we kind of dodged a bullet here. That's good, right? Well, the problem is there's a lot more bullets flying through the air.
Okay, you have some skin.
As of January 6th, 2023, this is what the amount of mammalian spillovers look like. Scientists have detected H5N1 in a wide variety of mammals in the US, ranging from bears to leopards to fox, seals, even a dolphin. Since this
Why was that blurred?
US, ranging from bears to leopards to fox, seals, even a dolphin.
Why is it blurred? What is this photo? Why are they furries?
Since this map was made, we've had even more mammalian detections, and these are the ones that we know about.
Good.
These animals likely encountered a sick or dead bird bearing H5N1, or potentially their fluids, and were subsequently infected. What's noteworthy on this map is that you see mammalian infections in every bird flyway, indicating this is not unique to any specific pack of migrating birds. So at this point, you might want to go hug your local furry, because H5N1 has gotten to so many different mammals, they're probably not doing okay right now. They might be watching their fursona's muse die in mass. The situation with mammalian spillover is not unique to the US. Europe and now South America are starting to experience the same issue. Most of Europe has seen an increase in H5N1 over the duration of the outbreak in birds. Here is a similar map of H5N1 detections in poultry, wild, and captive birds between June 6th, 2022 and January 30th, 2023. That's a lot of damage. Here's another map that shows the global reach of H5N1 since October of 2022. In particular, I want you to focus your attention towards South America. See all those dots on the western coast of the continent? Those were
It's like all of Chile.
there prior to October 2022. South America is seeing their first and largest outbreak of H5N1 in their recorded history. This brings us to the other largely concerning H5N1 situation in mammals. That's right.
Oh god! Oh, it's so terrifying. I'm just expecting like the normal do-do-do-do.
That's right. Seals, or rather sea lions. Close enough. Marine mammals are also getting sick with H5N1. Early this year,
No,
H5N1 made its way
before.
into South America and began to ravage sea lions off the coast of Peru. Initial numbers of dead sea lions were reported to be low, but has since risen to nearly 3,500, just over 3% of the sea lion population there. Again, those are the ones that we know about. The worry is currently spread between sea lions and the possibility of mammalian adaptation. Scientists in South America say that while the virus hasn't accrued known problem mutations, it also has mutated in ways that are not very well understood and warrant further study. It cannot rule out transmission between sea lions. Furthermore, this possibility is more concerning when we take into account that neighboring Chile is starting to witness sea lion strandings and death, allegedly due to H5N1. That situation is not the most clear right now, but to show you how quickly it's evolving, literally, some of the recent reports have come in as I wrote this script, and the findings aren't particularly great. Initial reports indicate 1,500 plus sea lions and 700 penguins have also died of H5N1. Hi, Future Marcus here, chiming in to update everybody on the current death toll due to H5N1 in the marine mammal outbreak in Chile. Now, when this was recorded earlier, the numbers that you heard were far lower than what they are right now. The update that I'm going to read you is dated June 13th, 2023. Right now, as it stands, more than 11,000 sea mammals.
June! Honey! Oh god. I'm scared to look now. Oh god.
Have died in Chile, and that's a pretty substantial increase from everything that's been previously reported. Ultimately, this number is expected to increase. The number that I give you now is most definitely going to be outdated. So as it stands right now, we have about 9,800 and change sea lions that are dead. We have 1,555 penguins, 27 otters, 21 porpoises, 4.
I don't see any more recent data, actually. Hang on.
13 Chilean dolphins are among the dead marine mammals.
55 burgers, 55 fries, 55 tacos, 55 pies!
My concern, and I think the...
Oh god. Oh god, oh no. I think I saw something like 16,000? Where is this?
Mammals.
55 burgers, 55 fries, 55 tacos, 55 pies!
My concern, and I think the concern of a lot of scientists, is the potential for ongoing mammal-to-mammal transmission of H5N1 that is leading to such a broad swath of marine mammals to die. This also does not account for any other cases that have not been detected because the mammal in question has not died. So the situation continues to evolve literally, and I would expect all of these numbers to increase and the situation, ecologically speaking, to worsen, and the potential risk for human zoonotic transfer from these marine mammals might increase, especially if there are human-mammal interactions.
Yeah, 16,000 sea lions dated August 14th.
Action events that happen in the future in Chile. The mayor of Antofagasta, Chile, is contemplating closing all of their beaches because of the sheer number of sea lion corpses that have accumulated on the shore. Now, I don't know how many bodies have to hit the floor to close it, but to me, it kind of seems like we've reached that point. So right now, it's unclear whether the Chilean outbreak represents mammal-to-mammal transmission at this time. In both marine outbreaks in Peru and Chile, it's unlikely the seals and penguins are eating the birds because that's not really part of their diet. They could be encountering large numbers of dead or dying birds, or we could get mammal-to-mammal transmission going on to drive the outbreak. It's going to take a considerable amount of time to figure this out. Now, if you thought this was just happening in animals, you're wrong. Since 2021, there have been a small handful of cases in humans from H5N1, along with other endemic strains we might touch on later. Currently,
yeah, again, 50% mortality rate.
These have largely been asymptomatic and all associated with exposure to poultry, live or dead. The 3 out of 4 listed below were associated specifically with culling birds in response to H5N1 outbreaks, while a 4th is associated with raising birds in their backyard. Honestly, these cases might just be detections of the virus's genetic material and might not be a true case in that sense. Now, let's contrast this with the 3 symptomatic cases. All 3 of these people were exposed to poultry. A 38-year-old woman from China is dead. A 9-year-old girl in Ecuador was hospitalized in the ICU on a ventilator, but still lived. A 53-year-old woman from China has no information available from her case. And what is not included in this table is a 4th case reported in Chile, where one of the large marine outbreaks is going on. Right, the details, again, are not the clearest, but this case is in a 53-year-old man who had severe symptoms and, as of the time of recording, was on a ventilator. He might be off it by the time this video actually gets out. Chilean authorities said this man was exposed to birds and or their feces.
Wait, as a completion, we do not know his condition. Oh, no.
This video actually gets out. Chilean authorities said this man was exposed to birds and or their feces with 100% certainty, but the details are unclear as to which animals they're talking about, whether it's the birds or the marine mammals. One close contact of the 53-year-old man actually developed symptoms and is currently being monitored, but since not much is heard on that front, I'm going to hope it's a safe assumption to assume that person tested negative. So if we kind of zoom out a little bit and look at the totality of documented H5N1 infections, the sample size is pretty small if we're talking about H5N1 from the problem clade 2.3.4.4b. Despite the small sample size here, the picture still is relatively grim. According to the WHO, there have been about 240 cases of H5N1 with a 56% fatality rate. Taken together, all of this really suggests that, we should take this seriously and not fuck around and find out. Hi, Future Marcus here again. Now I have to update you on some of the additional false starts of sorts that we've seen.
Never good news when there's a future Marcus.
With respect to H5N1 jumping into humans. The first series of false starts comes to us from Brazil. Early on, when Brazil started noticing these H5N1 cases in birds, they began to monitor potential human exposures to these birds. And relatively recently, they began monitoring 33 people that were exposed to H5N1 due to at least one sick bird. One of those people was experiencing mild flu symptoms and is in isolation. Then we got some more updates towards the end of May 2023. There were 10 people under monitoring in Espírito Santo in Brazil. 5 of those folks had symptoms, and the test results at that time were pending, and I think are still pending, or either the testing is likely done and we don't know about it. But here's the thing, that number of people in Brazil that were...
I'm sorry, but I have to ask, does Espírito have any relation to Esperanto?
Exposed to bird flu has oscillated, right? First it started at 10, then it jumped to 33. At one point it was actually increased to 100, and a lot of those folks did not go on to develop symptoms, but public health officials in Brazil did note that they were exposed. So it stands to reason that the more H5N1 we see, not only in birds, but in other animals too, and the more people come into contact with these animals, especially in countries where sanitary conditions are not great, we could see an increased risk of H5N1 getting started in humans. The next false start is with respect to the UK. This is not just a problem with countries that do not have the most ideal sanitary conditions, but the first world countries, the developed countries, arguably are just as ripe for such an event. In the middle of May 2023, there were 2 poultry workers who routinely handled birds that have died due to H5N1. And as mentioned prior in the video, very likely that some of these poultry workers testing positive for this might not necessarily represent true cases, right? They could very well simply be detections of the virus genetic material, and that may ultimately be a function of their occupation, handling all of these birds. But here's the thing. One of these 2 poultry workers that tested positive just decided to pack a bag and go on holiday to Scotland while their test results were still pending. And it should go without saying how much of a risk that actually poses. If that person had a genuine case and went on to develop symptoms, and if there is a possibility of asymptomatic human-to-human spread with H5N1, which is entirely unclear at this point, considering there's very little human-to-human transmission, if any at all, traveling without test results in tow is a pretty clear and present danger to themselves and others. Broadly speaking, this is going to be a problem in the West as we continue to cling to
It's a quick way to spread bird flu across the entire world.
Notions of freedom and rugged American individualism, and broadly
Patriotic choking noises.
speaking, individualism facilitated by a capitalistic economic organization. People refuse to think about others and only think about themselves, and will say and do whatever it takes to justify that.
This show contains adult content and is brought to you by the letter H.
So, the above situations aren't great. From a scientific perspective, we can gain some insight into what's going on with the virus and how likely an H5N1 pandemic can be. So, we have to understand some of the basics about how the virus works. The H and the N stand for different proteins the virus makes. One is called hemagglutinin, that's the H, and the other is called neuraminidase, that's the N. We're going to focus on hemagglutinin for this discussion, as neuraminidase is less relevant when talking about this. So the hemagglutinin protein is what allows the virus to bind to cells in our body. This is a manner roughly similar to the interaction between SARS-CoV-2's spike protein and the ACE2 receptor in the human body. So in the case of influenza A viruses, the hemagglutinin protein is sticking to molecules called sialic acid. Sialic acid is, simply put, a series of sugar molecules that are added on to other proteins in our bodies as a modification. You don't need to know why that exists. Instead, all that really matters here is the three-dimensionality, or the 3D shape of the sialic acid in our body. There are two relevant shapes of sialic acid: alpha-2,3 sialic acid and alpha-2,6 sialic acid. You don't need to remember that nomenclature. All you need to know is that these two different arrangements of sialic acids are based on how they are chemically linked together. This is what gives them their three-dimensional shape, and ultimately, that is what determines whether or not the hemagglutinin protein from the virus is going to bind a human or animal cell and ultimately begin an infection. All you need to remember is that there are two different linkages of sialic acid, and that hemagglutinin will bind to these two different linkages differently. These linkages, alpha-2,3 and alpha-2,6 sialic acid, differ in abundance between species. This is what determines what species the flu viruses that we're talking about, like H5N1, are going to be able to infect. So here's a diagram that kind of brings this into a visualization for us. I'm going to start with the birds on the far right, in this case a chicken. Chickens have a large abundance of one kind of sialic acid linkage in their respiratory tract and GI tract. Specifically, this is alpha-2,3. You can see this with the large abundance of blue stars. Chickens do have some alpha-2,6, but they have a lot less comparatively. Contrast this with humans, the far left picture, and we have a lot more of the other linkage in our respiratory tract, alpha-2,6 sialic acids. Avian influenza viruses, like H5N1 in its current state, have hemagglutinin proteins that are adapted to alpha-2,3. This is what makes them able to infect birds and transmit between them pretty efficiently. But this also renders them inefficient in transmitting between humans. And if you further analyze the human respiratory tract, there are some
common human W?
alpha-2,3 sialic acids in our respiratory tract. Right? These are the ones that H5N1 currently prefers. Problem is, they are very, very deep in our lungs, in the alveoli, and they're not in our upper respiratory tract. They're not in our nose, and they're not in our mouth. The vast majority of our respiratory tract has alpha-2,6. This is why H5N1 cannot transmit very well between humans in its current state. The receptors it prefers are deeper in the lungs and not in our nose and mouth. Consequently, if H5N1 can reach deep in the lungs and get up in that alveoli in humans during an infection, it stands a pretty good chance at causing severe disease. Now, let's go back to this diagram for a moment. Let's talk about the middle two animals. Both of these animals, mink and swine, are factory farmed for different reasons. Swine are colloquially referred to as mixing pots for influenza viruses by some experts, and the abundance of both kinds of sialic acid, alpha-2,3 and alpha-2,6, is notable here. Swine provide an opportunity for genetic reassortment of influenza viruses, including H5N1, and increase the odds of mammalian adaptation. Now, to the left of the pig diagram, we have ferrets, which are often used interchangeably with mink because they are two very closely related organisms. The various abundances of sialic acids in the respiratory tract of ferrets and mink resemble the human respiratory tract pretty well. So I want you to kind of think back to earlier in the video when we mentioned that there was a mink outbreak of H5N1 in Spain. If there was transmission between the mink at this colony, it could very well represent the virus adapting to a more human-like respiratory tract with alpha-2,6 sialic acid. That's why that outbreak was troubling. But as things stand right now, there could be other mechanisms at play. It's kind of premature to conclude that H5N1 is cooking in all of the worst ways and that it's adapting to a more mammalian respiratory tract. Ultimately, we need to get more information. So how do we get it? How do we figure out what H5N1 is doing?
Gain of function. Gary!
The facts are clear. The NIH did fund gain-of-function research in Wuhan, despite your protestations.
When you see Fauci being...
How dare you try to figure out what a virus might do?
...grilled by Rand Paul, and he denies that they were doing gain-of-function research. What are your thoughts on that? Because by any definition, that was gain-of-function research, right? Gain-of-function research is taking a virus. We should probably Google the exact definition, but what my impression is that gain-of-function means you are imparting new ability to this virus to infect humans, right? The idea is that you're juicing it up and making it more contagious.
That's right. Juice.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, you just juice the virus.
Seriously? They were doing gain-of-function research on H5N1. No joke.
Viruses that are out and about in the natural world, okay, in the real world, and beef it up in a laboratory in order to research it, in order to research how viruses in the natural real world could possibly become more dangerous or possibly could jump to human beings, oftentimes through bats, because bats have like crazy metabolism. That's why you see bats a lot being like the primary responsible animal that basically takes it from one animal to another and then to human beings usually. Yeah, they have a crazy immune system. Yeah, it's called vector. So
it's called vector. What?
That's what they're that's usually what they're studying, that's usually what they're testing, just so they have.
So everybody has this twisted. If Hasan is covering it consistently like this, then he's also getting it wrong consistently. Maybe you should have experts on stream to talk about these things, man. So let's start with...
Yeah, maybe you fucking should. Maybe you should consider having one single expert on ever.
With what gain-of-function as a term actually means. Generally speaking, gain-of-function research is when we talk about a modification of a cell line or an organism's genetics, so that the protein products of these genes acquire functions they did not have before. It's worth noting that this kind of research goes on far outside the realm of virology. A lot of research that does not have pandemic potential could be described as gain-of-function research. So not only is this an important regulatory consideration, but it's emblematic how nuanced the definition of this term is. Nobody's juicing up a virus to make a bioweapon. Nobody's trying to accelerate evolution to rain down viral hell upon human society. That would imply...
Yeah, that's insane. Like, has America manufactured bioweapons before? Yes. Yes, 100%. There is a very long list of bioweapons that America has. But that's not done through this type of research. It's not the same thing.
Why that people know exactly what to do to make this happen for any given virus, which is in opposition to the explicit purpose of gain-of-function research as applied to virology.
I'm a caveman, but unlike all of the other cavemen, or unlike most other cavemen, I at least know my limitations as a caveman. So I think to myself, let the scientists figure it out. I'm serious. Like, for me, the
thing about bioweapons is that you don't need to actually change any of these for them to be incredibly fucking detrimental. If you wanted to kill a population with any one of these, you could do it without modifying the original virus. Anthrax, popular one. Well known. An oldie and a goodie. Tularemia, brucellosis, Q fever. Oh my god, it's Q. Venezuelan equine encephalitis virus, botulism, and enterotoxin B. All well-known bioweapons America has in their stock. Like, yeah, anthrax by itself is plenty. Like, come on.
The way I understand gain of function research is that it's like necessary to combat like really devastating mutated viruses down the fucking line. I feel like it's anti-science to be like, no, we should put a hold on scientific research that is going to be increasingly more important as bacteria get stronger.
Interesting that despite Hasan utterly brutalizing the definition of gain of function research, he can decently appraise its value and utility towards pandemic prevention. Props. But we can expand upon this. In the context of virology, gain-of-function research is generally directed at understanding viral mutations and pandemic prevention. The idea is that by understanding which kinds of mutations might occur in nature and exploring what effects they might have on a virus, we can understand a virus's pandemic potential. For example, if a virus mutates in ways that allow it to cause more severe disease, evade the immune system better, or infect species it was not able to infect before, it gained a function. By exploring these effects in controlled, regulated laboratory settings, scientists can gain valuable insight into what viruses are capable of and work to prevent harm to humans and animals alike. If there are mutations that make a virus able to infect humans more easily or harm us more than usual, we need to know these things so we can take action before it's too late. This has already occurred with H5N1 to an extent. Sometime in the years of 2010 to 2012, two separate laboratories conducted rather illuminating experiments involving H5N1. The scientists running these laboratories, Yoshihiro Kawaoka and Ron Fouchier, were exploring whether or not H5-bearing influenza viruses were capable of mammal-to-mammal transmission. These labs both looked into different aspects of how this could occur. First, the Fouchier study, conducted in the Netherlands in 2011, looked at whether H5N1 could become airborne, transmit between humans, and have the potential to cause a human pandemic. To do so, they deliberately introduced mutations into H5N1's hemagglutinin protein. These mutations had been documented in 1957 and 1968 flu pandemics, respectively, caused by different influenza A viruses. These mutations that occurred in the past naturally are known to make the virus adapt to mammals, and more specifically, humans. So they took H5N1, introduced these mutations, and took the mutant strains and subsequently infected ferrets, which have a human-like respiratory tract. All combinations of the mutant strains they produced initially failed to produce more virus in the ferrets or spread through the air, quite frankly. Their initial set of experiments were a failure. So Fouchier's group took an additional step to test these hypotheses. In a move that Fouchier himself called really stupid, they began to serially passage these mutant H5N1 strains in ferrets. Simply put, they took a pair of ferrets, inoculated them with the mutant strains and the non-mutant strain, euthanized them 4 days later, and collected virus. They took the collected virus and repeated the process by infecting another pair of ferrets. They rinsed and repeated this process 10 times straight. Over these 10 passages, the amount of mutant virus harvested from these ferrets was higher compared to the original non-mutant virus. Next, they took the strains of virus that were passaged 10 times, as we just described, both the mutant versions and the non-mutant version, and they infected more ferrets. The difference here is that they took uninfected, healthy ferrets and housed them next to the ones they deliberately infected. This way, they could see if the virus traveled through the air from the infected ferret to the uninfected one. The original virus failed to become airborne, but the mutant virus that was passage 10 times did. The uninfected ferret became sick and showed clinical signs of illness. To confirm that this wasn't a fluke, they harvested mutant virus from the ferret that got sick via the air and repeated the experiment. This time, it was transmitted to another 2 uninfected ferrets housed near the infected one. It became airborne without any intermediate animal involved. Now, the Kawaoka group at the University of Wisconsin arrived at a similar conclusion, but they took a different approach. They were looking at the possibility that an intermediate animal could facilitate the process of H5N1 adapting to a mammalian respiratory tract. They're looking to simulate a process called genetic reassortment, where an animal, such as a pig, is infected by multiple influenza viruses at the same time. This enables the genetic code of these multiple viruses to be shuffled around like a deck of cards. This generates a new virus with a variety of genes from its parents. Kawaoka's group introduced the same mutations into H5N1 that we mentioned before, but this time they simulated the reassortment process with the 2009 H1N1 pandemic swine flu virus. The result was a reassortant H5-bearing virus with other genes from H1N1 that caused a pandemic several years ago. They then took this reassortant and performed the same airborne transmission experiment that we mentioned in the Fouchier study with ferrets housed next to each other. This reassortant virus was also airborne. So the fallout from these gain-of-function experiments was pretty profound. Once people found out what Fouchier and Kawaoka did, people were rightfully concerned that this could generate a pandemic virus and subsequently, accidentally or intentionally, release it. This led to a review by the National Science Advisory Board for Biosecurity, or NSABB, which originally concluded that key details on these experiments should have been stripped from their papers prior to publication to avoid the knowledge of how they did all of this from falling into the wrong hands. After further clarifications of the study methods from Fouchier and Kawaoka, this was deemed to be unnecessary after NSABB voted on both of those papers, which favored publication for both. This entire ordeal led to increased oversight and regulation, as the US government outlined a new policy on research like this that has the potential for our benefit, but also potential to cause harm. At the time this is going on in 2012, Fauci himself.
Oddest thing that Frogan should have had a really good understanding of public health. I wonder why Azan didn't have her on a few times. Yeah. Right. Yeah, I was talking about that earlier. Why hasn't he had Frogan on? And also, Frogan has gotten COVID like 5 times because she just insists on going to concerts over and over and over. How many times do you have to see Big Time Rush? I don't know. But, at least slightly irresponsible. At least a little bit.
Was asked for comment and stated that he didn't really think the risks outweighed the benefits, which is a sentiment shared by most. So what are the benefits then? Well, we have an idea of what handful of mutations in H5N1 can change the sialic acid preference of hemagglutinin and ultimately generate airborne transmission. The threshold across the entire genetic code of H5N1 might be as low as 4 or 5 specific.
Maybe Frogan's the greatest example, yeah. I mean, even having Frogan on would have been better than what he's done so far.
Mutations. And these mutations can be generated relatively quickly in chains of transmission, as the 10 passages from the Fouchier experiment indicated. Since this work was done in ferrets, which have similar respiratory tracts to humans, it tells us what mutations to be on the lookout for in isolates of the virus generated in nature. What this also tells us is that there is a need for active surveillance of this virus so we can detect these mutations, or others we don't know about, in birds and mammals before a pandemic gets underway. Broadly speaking, as a consequence of gain-of-function research, we learned about what viruses like H5N1 could be cooking up in nature. The threshold for mammalian adaptation and airborne transmission seems pretty low based on these 2 studies and some of the work that followed them, done by Fouchier and Kawaoka's labs. But comparing these mutations to the ones seen in the present-day mammalian outbreaks, some of those mutations are present, which brings us to the question: are we collectively teetering on the edge of another pandemic? Are we just a handful of mutations away from a virus with a 56% fatality rate ravaging us all? Not quite.
I mean, aren't we though?
We must construct additional adaptations.
So This shit is complicated. Everything I've explained to you is a decent chunk, but not a totality of what a virus like H5N1 needs to do in order to cause a human pandemic. Looking at this picture from the literature, the early accumulation of mutations that improve replication and change sialic acid preferences are the first two steps in what has to happen to ultimately generate a pandemic in humans. These two steps can be readily achieved because this virus mutates pretty fast, like a lot of other RNA-based viruses do. It makes many errors when copying its genetic code, leading to the mutations we've talked about arising in decent time and ultimately being selected for. Now, there are more obstacles in H5N1's way. Experts, such as Tom Peacock, the virologist we mentioned earlier in the video, cite H5N1 as having one of the highest barriers to overcome in becoming a pandemic virus. So why does he say this? Well, the environment H5N1 finds itself in once it binds to sialic acid and enters a cell is particularly hostile. Specifically, the hemagglutinin protein can't tolerate the high acidity and heat present in a cell in mammals, much like white people when trying to eat foods from other cultures.
Do you think that white people know that other seasonings exist?
Check it. Salt. Pepper.
Now, it's worth noting there are differences in the relative acidity and body temperature in cellular environments between birds and humans. H5N1 is adapted to the less acidic, less hot temperatures in birds, while hemagglutinin itself will struggle to remain stable with greater acidity and hotter temperatures.
I will say, I do know that other seasonings exist. I'm just not very good at using them. Oh, it's kind of embarrassing. Like, I can make any Mexican dish easy. I know those spices, and I know how much to use of them. But if I'm, like, just winging it on, like, a stir fry or something, like, there's, like, a 75% chance that it's gonna be good.
In humans. This ultimately will destabilize the virus itself and reduce the efficiency of transmission in humans without any additional adaptation. To top this off, if the virus manages to make it that far, it has a plurality of built-in defenses to evade from our body. These defenses are custom tailored to restrict viruses like H5N1 from replicating. It's worth noting, it's possible the virus can overcome these factors, but it requires a more complex series of events. Genetic reassortment is how you get these complex events to actually occur. And if you remember from our last section, the Kawaoka experiment proves that genetic reassortment is absolutely on the table. In this vein, scientists in Canada sought to see if genetic reassortment is helping the present-day H5N1 viruses overcome these barriers. They took recently collected H5N1 isolates and repeated the ferret experiments we've mentioned before. And what they found is relatively concerning. Multiple H5N1 isolates displayed novel genetic reassortment, replicate well in human cells, and cause lethal disease in multiple mammals. Additionally, like many of the H5N1 infections in mammals in the wild, they see something called neurotropism, which means these isolates of H5N1 can enter and infect brain cells, which is kind of wild. Of note, one specific isolate taken from a red-tailed hawk not only bears mammalian adaptation signatures, but it's also capable of transmitting.
It's literally the brain rot.
Between ferrets via direct contact. Their work also showed probable airborne transmission from this isolate between ferrets, albeit without symptoms. If the virus is allowed to spread unchecked, the odds of it arriving at the winning combination of adaptations will rise by some amount. The data above suggests this process is already underway. And after the last 3 years, this notion of letting viruses spread unchecked being a bad idea should be pretty familiar to you. So, taking into account that H5N1 is here to stay in bird populations, the best case scenario is that it will be a threat lurking in the background. And obviously, the worst case is a pandemic. So, what do we do?
Sex, I'm wanting more. Tell the world, stop the war.
There are two ways we can look at what the response should look like to the H5N1 pandemic threat: the systemic response and the individual response. Systemically, it's time to vaccinate the birds. All commercial flocks, and ideally backyard flocks too, should be vaccinated. This is a scientific issue in its immediacy, as scientists are working to develop vaccines. There are genuine technical concerns here, as skeptics of the strategy are worried that chickens who are vaccinated will not sufficiently stop the spread, but rather conceal any outward symptoms they might have. In a manner similar to the COVID-19 vaccine situation, vaccines for H5N1 for birds that reduce but do not prevent all transmission might allow for H5N1 to spread undetected among birds and ultimately cook up something nasty. These folks would rather watch over their flocks and perform mass culling as needed to control a hypothetical outbreak, as they could visualize symptoms in their birds. The scope and magnitude of the current H5N1 outbreak in birds, however, has them considering vaccination, as things might be out of control already. Vaccine candidates are showing promising results in birds, with multiple candidates showing good immune responses and seemingly preventing transmission early after vaccination. But it's worth noting, immunity wanes with time, so this might not always be the case down the line.
Isn't that the case for all vaccines? I don't think there's a vaccine that lasts forever, right?
That being said, early data are still very promising. In the United States specifically, the USDA is testing 2 vaccines from Zoetis and Merck, respectively, with data due early this summer. These vaccines against H5N1 for birds will turn them from this into this. Now, as a side note, in case you're wondering, it's possible humans might also get vaccines if H5N1 continues to be a problem. Thankfully, the CDC is
Will the vaccine also make me into a Giga Chad?
on top of this for now, and has already sent candidate virus strains to vaccine producers just in case. Now, despite the seemingly bright promise of vaccines for birds, it's not going to be as easy as
Like polio or something? Oh, true. It's due to the type of immunization. I'm just kind of spitballing here. True.
making them and rolling them out. Capitalism, as usual, decides to get in the way. As you would expect, the pharmaceutical industry does not do much R&D in this space, so production...
Oh yeah, like the MMR vaccine, you only get that like 3 times when you're a kid.
may be an issue because they might not have vaccines to produce. The head of global biologics research and development for Zoetis, one of the 2 companies testing a bird H5N1 vaccine with the USDA, says that there's really no profit incentive for any company to go through the process of research and development and invest in vaccines like this. Too cost prohibitive, and they don't really turn much of a profit. So it may come to pass that the government has to shell out $1 gazillion to get pharmaceutical companies interested in acting.
Okay. This is a dog whistle that you see everywhere, and I think most people don't realize that they're doing a dog whistle. Gazillion is used by the alt-right to refer to the number of deaths in the Holocaust, so as to insinuate that they are inflated. You'll see a bunch of fucking Nazis post like, oh, 6 gazillion memes. Like, that's a dog whistle. Yeah, it sounds just like a silly number, like a made-up number. But you could just say quadrillion or something. You know? But yeah, the origin of that is from anti-Semitic posts.
Actually doing this. And of course, that is your money, so just letting you know, taxpayers paying the bill. Socialize the losses, privatize the gains, that's how it goes. But honestly, even if that occurs, the poultry industry has compelled countries to...
And that's not like, I'm not pulling this from Twitter. It's literally in the ADL's list of hate speech, hate symbols. The list of hate symbols on the ADL. Why does the outright ruin everything? God damn it, for real. Honestly.
To modify trade agreements to actually prohibit the importation of vaccinated birds. This, again, is due to the concerns about vaccines not outright preventing transmission of H5N1. When we take into account that the US is a poultry exporter, other countries might, theoretically, import vaccinated US birds that also have and harbor H5N1, and that would ultimately further spread among flocks for the importer countries. that would lead to even greater economic damage. Their concerns are ultimately profit-based, and again, while this is a legitimate economic concern, if you allow H5N1 to cook
I wish I hadn't seen those pictures. Yeah. Sorry.
to the extent that it causes a human pandemic, your financial losses are going to be a hell of a lot larger than what you will experience in the poultry realm. These people should note, and by extension, governments should note, investing in science helps keep your human capital from dropping dead. But as we kind of take a look around us into the 4th year of the COVID-19 pandemic, governments haven't learned that lesson. So I'm kind of skeptical as to whether or not this is going to be any different. Ironically, what might also hinder the vaccination efforts here is a shortage of eggs. Eggs are necessary to make vaccines for a lot of influenza vaccines that are produced, but we might not have the capacity that we previously had if we're adding H5N1 vaccines to the list, whether we're talking about vaccines for animals or humans.
Can I offer you a nice egg in this trying time?
H5N1 itself is responsible for the egg shortage, so we may need to rely on recombinant vaccines, which are not made using eggs, if the desire to vaccinate is there. This brings us to the second aspect of what the response to H5N1 should look like. You, the individual, what should you do? And honestly, this is really simple, and I mean it. Do not hug sick birds. Do not kiss them. Do not touch them. Do not pick them up. Do not try to save them. Do not come. Do not come.
Do not come.
Come. Do not come.
What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? Homo. Come on. Come on. Killing me. I'm sorry. I thought this was America.
If you encounter sick animals, especially birds or any marine life, call your local Department of Wildlife and tell them about it. Don't touch the fucking animals. They could give you H5N1 and potentially make you sick. But ultimately, as the current COVID-19 pandemic has demonstrated, easy, simple interventions that require people to do either nothing or barely anything will fail for the worst possible reasons.
I'm gonna come.
Classic. God, I love his editing.
Está lloviendo. Estás aquí tirado. Estás aquí con la chispis.
Oh.
Aquí andamos.
Are you about to tell me, Homozygoat, that I am supposed to not let this cute little otter kiss me in the face? Is that what you mean to tell me? What the fuck? What the fuck was that? Don't remember who did the editing. Probably find it. Go.
I just found a goose. He let me pick him up. He's a wild goose. And I
don't do it.
I think he's freezing to
Stop
death,
it.
and my local
Please don't.
animal shelter won't do anything.
Think he's freezing to death? Oh my god. Oh my god, bro. I feel like I'm just watching fetish content at this point.
Yo, this hawk just landed on my lap, bro. He's literally cutting my brush.
Yeah, we're all gonna die. We're all gonna die. James Frio, okay. Let's go. Thank you, Sky. Do not kiss
Better
it.
watch out there, pal. Me and my posse are on our way to kick some ass and take some names here.
Fucking pull up.
Let's fucking go, boys. Whoa, now, we all know there's nothing wrong with nice economically sized cock. Gets the job done, leaves everyone satisfied. Besides, we all know, big cocks are all show.
Y'all, it's not about the size of the cock. It's about the attitude in which the cock does his business.
Yeah, we're all getting bird flu, aren't we? Concerned. Yeah. Wait. Sunderland man 40 captured seagull and masturbated over it as he watched porn in bizarre offense. Oh, over it. What do you mean over it? Did he come on the bird? Is that what you mean to fucking tell me?
Alright, I found a goose. He's very cold or he's got the influenza.
Got the influenza. Oh no. Oh no.
Hello. I am the girl that saved the goose.
I have so many questions I don't want the answer to. Yeah.
I just kind of wanted to come on here and give you guys a little bit of an update, and also kind of address some of the comments that I got on that video. So, unfortunately, Estefano did pass away. He died from the avian bird flu that same night that I brought him into the...
Oh my god, she was straight up cuddling that thing. Like, cuddling.
Wildlife rehab. I got a lot of comments on that video, so many different ones, but I'm gonna start with the ones that told me that I was gonna get avian bird flu and I was making like a bad decision picking him up and helping him. That's completely false, and you guys should definitely educate yourselves before coming on to TikTok and making somebody feel bad about being a good person. Avian bird flu only affects mammals if you...
We're all gonna die. We're all gonna fucking die.
Eat an infected source. So like if I were to eat it, like all of you freaking weirdos...
That's not true!
We're saying, or...
No, you're less likely to get it from eating. Bro! I remember the stream. Marcus was so mad. Yeah, I think I popped in for a little bit.
If I were to like drink the water that it had died in, I would have gotten the avian bird flu. But I was totally fine. You should definitely stop and help animals because there's really not that many diseases that humans are susceptible to.
Not that many diseases. Just one with a 56% mortality rate. It's fine.
Scary. You guys, it's literally called a shower.
Oh my god. I forgot about the Hasan bird. I did think about bird flu. I did think about bird flu when he was talking about the hummingbird. I'm not gonna lie. We're running a little bit late, engaged in a hummingbird rescue operation in my backyard. He's a baby. Oh my god. Oh my god. We're all gonna die.
This is the only proper response.
I would die for him. When the memes become reality, dude.
Response to a sick bird encounter.
You're done. You're done. Absolutely not. You're done.
You're done. You're done. Absolutely not.
No, ma'am. I'm sorry. Continuing you.
So, as far as the solution to this, here's a TLDR. Vaccinating birds and livestock should be done sooner rather than later. Whether vaccines block transmission durably over the long term in birds and livestock is an issue. Producing vaccines via eggs will ironically be an issue. Lack of profit motive for pharmaceutical companies to develop vaccines is an issue. Thanks, capitalism. And, of course, don't touch sick animals.
Do not.
No, you thought I was done, but no. The term bird flu describes a hell of a lot more than just H5N1. There are plenty of other influenza viruses with different H.
I'm like thinking now. I have like a bunch of sliding glass doors, and there's a bunch of, well, not a bunch, but like there has been a couple of dead birds on my porch. I just assumed that they had ran into the window and died. But maybe they had bird flu. They very, very much could have. I mean, I'm not in the habit of touching dead things. So I took the bag and I put the bag over, and then but I do wonder now. Marcus makes me terrified to death. So fun. So fun. Such a good time.
And N proteins. One of those is H3N8. Virologist Tom Peacock is worth quoting here yet again, since he's an expert in this domain. His scientific opinion is that H5N1 is actually a bit overrated and overhyped when it comes to pandemic potential. He points to H1N1 reassortants and H3N8 as being more likely to cause a pandemic, as those hemagglutinin proteins are already adapted to humans. Again, we already had H1N1 causing a swine flu pandemic in 2008-2009, so there's truth in this. It's worth noting that, as of this March, a woman in China contracted...
Wait, we have a swine flu vaccine though, right? I think I remember getting that. It was one of the nose vaccines.
...contracted H3N8 from poultry and wound up dying. She was one of 3 cases that's ever been recorded. The other 2 cases lived, and the specific woman had multiple pre-existing conditions which might have predisposed her to a more severe outcome. To bring this video full circle, there is something very robust about the material conditions in China that allow for zoonotic spillover of viruses into people, especially considering there have been multiple pandemics emerging from their wilderness since the year 2000.
Peanuts.
Ultimately, that's going to be a subject of a future video. I bring up H3N8 to briefly illustrate that viruses are always a looming threat, and we had to take pandemic prevention more seriously than we have been, both on the individual and the systemic levels. The next series of H5N1 or H3N8 spillovers into people might not fizzle out, and those might be the ones that ultimately start something horrible. Each infection is a risk. As virologist Angie Rasmussen notes, Mother Nature is the biggest and most dangerous gain-of-function virologist of all. We should beat her to the punch before it's too late.
Real. Great point, honestly. Mother Nature is out there engineering shit all the time.
Hi, it's me again. You thought I was done with the video. No. No. I'm not.
It's never done.
And that's because influenza A viruses, they're not done. They're cooking, and they're cooking a whole hell of a lot. Let me show you what they got going on in the proverbial lung kitchen. H9N2 is the next one that is worth mentioning. The reason why is that after recording everything else you heard previously in this video, a new paper dropped. Rather a preprint, but I digress. This preprint described a bat-borne influenza A virus, H9N2.
Not the bats. The bats are so cool. I love bats. They eat all the bugs and stuff.
And some of the findings in this publication are rather unexpected. So as the title would indicate, bat-borne means there is a reservoir of H9N2 in bats, and researchers were able to acquire it and study it. So they went about repeating some of the same experiments mentioned earlier in this video. They harvested bat H9N2 and repeated the ferret experiment, where 15 donor ferrets were infected and 3 naive.
Kind of wanted to make a bat house, but yeah, same. I was thinking about it as well, but you know, maybe mosquitoes. It's dengue fever or it's bird flu. Those are your choices.
Uninfected ferrets were housed next to them. All of the contact animals acquired infection pretty readily from the donor ferrets after being housed next to them. This H9N2 in bats is very much airborne. Even more startling, H9N2 from bats can very effectively replicate in the respiratory tracts of ferrets, which is an omen for the human respiratory tract. Even more interestingly,
Bernard.
when these ferrets were euthanized and their respiratory tissues studied, some of the ferrets actually had virus deeper in their respiratory tract, deep in the lungs, where ideally we don't want this to be. One of those ferrets, interestingly, also had virus
what was that
deeper in their respiratory tract, deep in
Ayo? Who needs the alveoluciate? Oh my god, me. This meme is from me. I was in chat. And I put alveoluci in chat.
in the lungs, where
Featured.
ideally we don't want this to be. One of those ferrets, interestingly, also had low amounts of virus, detectable but low, in the colon, perhaps suggesting some sort of viremia or virus presence in blood, or perhaps somehow the virus otherwise disseminated to a wide variety of tissues, including but not limited to colon. Now, some of the additional experiments from this publication, they infected what are called human ex vivo lung cultures, or essentially a research laboratory culture of a human lung tissue. The idea here is to take this human lung tissue grown in a laboratory and dump the H9N2 on it to see how effectively the H9N2 can replicate in a human lung tissue. Right? As other arms of this experiment, they used chicken H9N2 and a seasonal H3N2 human adapted influenza virus. Frighteningly, the bat H9N2 replicated in human lung tissue with levels higher than the human adapted H3N2. The chicken H9N2 did not replicate very well. Even more startlingly, this bat H9N2 infected what are called alveolar type 2 cells, or as I alluded to earlier, the alveoluci. These things got very deep into the lungs, and that
I'm so glad. I'm so glad that my joke cemented itself in his brain enough to make it into this video.
that's bad. Those particular kinds of cells in the lungs are the primary cell type that an influenza A virus would infect if it had some degree of adaptation to human lung tissue. Right? When it gets deep down in there, those are the cells where you expect to find this virus. If you thought that was something, well, it gets worse, because some of their experiments testing the other array of defenses our body has in tow for influenza A viruses, H9N2 can actually evade a little bit of that. Right? When I discussed earlier about H5N1 facing a rather hostile molecular environment full of defenses that are pre-built and ready to go to combat a virus like H5N1 and prevent its replication, H9N2 seems to not care about one of the most prominent defenses mentioned in this paper. A protein called MXA. This protein is part of our body as well as the bodies of these animals. Its purpose is to limit the amount of replication that influenza A viruses are capable of. But as these researchers note, through experimentation, they discovered that bat H9N2 can actually evade this particular protein designed to restrict viruses just like it from replicating. What's even more startling is that this H9N2 is capable of suppressing the expression of the gene that encodes the messenger RNA that leads to the protein. This bat virus can decrease the gene expression of antiviral defenses designed to combat it. This is very much in strong contrast, as the researchers note, to H5N1 and H7N9, because the human MXA protein can very effectively stop those. But H9N2 is different. It's built differently. What does all of this mean? What does all of this add up to? Well, if we have an influenza A virus that infects bats, possible this H9N2 could work its way into some sort of intermediate animal. It could be another mammal, could be pigs in particular. Like I mentioned earlier, pigs are a mixing pot for these kinds of viruses. So if it was able to enter a pig, it could feasibly form a reservoir there. It could mix and match its genetic parts and form a reassortant with H5N1 or some other influenza virus and lead to a very, very well adapted to humans version of an influenza A virus that has all of these special abilities to suppress and
We're literally just a hop, skip, and a jump from exterminating more than half of humans. It's so scary, dude.
antiviral defenses and replicate very effectively deep down in human lung tissue. Right? That's a possibility, and that's a genuine possibility.
And people like Hasan would just be like, oh, don't be dramatic. I'll get a bird flu if I want to get a bird flu. I'll survive. It's my business. You know, I have an immune system. Shouldn't have been disabled, sweaty.
Ability that we need to be concerned about, and that's why this viral surveillance work must go on. So, is that H9N2 going to slaughter us all? Is that the winner chicken dinner here of influenza A viruses? Well, I can't tell you that. But what I can tell you is that these viruses are out here cooking in nature. She's doing a lot of gain-of-function research, and once again, we gotta do what's in our power to stop her from carrying this out to fruition. Stay safe, take care of yourself, don't touch, hug, kiss, do
not kiss the birds. Oh god, there's more future Marcus. Oh god.
Do anything with sick birds. Wear a mask, get vaccinated, and take care of yourselves. Bye.
This is like his third PPPS.
Okay, that should do it.
Pepe La.
Hey everybody, I'm back again because boy oh boy, there's just update after update. We really can't keep up with the pace of evolution here. As you could probably guess from the intro clip that played beforehand, this next bit is about cats. But unfortunately, this is not good cat news.
Not the cats, dude. Not my fucking cats. I will die for my cats. I will kill for my cats, okay? Absolutely not. Luckily, they're inside cats. But I think, if I remember correctly, this was about inside cats.
News. This is bad cat news. The first situation that we're going to have to talk about brings us to Poland. Very random place, I know. The situation that is developing in Poland started to gain some attention towards the end of June. Polish authorities notified the World Health Organization of some unusual deaths in cats across the country due to H5N1. 47 samples have been tested.
Toxoplasmosis too, yeah, pretty much. If my cats are getting H5N1, I am getting H5N1.
From 46 cats and one captive caracal, which somebody has as a pet for some ludicrous reason. 29 of those samples were found to be positive for H5N1. 14 cats are euthanized and a further 11 died. But the last death reported on June 30th at this
What the fuck? Why'd they euthanize them? Why?
Time. The big question here is, how did these cats get H5N1? That is of particular interest. And right now, there's really no clear answer as to how these cats got H5N1. One potential source, which has actually been confirmed to harbor the virus, is cat food. One owner of one of these cats in Poland that died from H5N1.
Yeah, cat food can harbor a lot of things that can make you sick. There are lots of like bacteria that can survive the processing of cat food. A lot of people get just like food poisoning from their cat food. Always wash your hands after you feed your cats, because cat stomachs can withstand a lot more than humans can. There are kitty litters in schools, so this is even scarier. Thanks, Dr. Joe Rogan.
H5N1 was feeding the cat raw chicken breast. When investigators sampled the raw chicken breast and tested it for the presence of H5N1, Unfortunately, it tested positive. On top of that, there is live virus in that raw chicken breast that scientists were able to successfully isolate. So this brings up the idea, is it plausible that these cats in Poland were getting sick from their food? It's possible. One, there is precedent for H5N1 persisting in the frozen meat supply. In 2007, there was contamination of frozen duck meat with H5N1, which caused outbreaks in Germany. And number two, the food being fed to these cats in Poland would be a plausible way for them to get it, considering the cats affected are all very geographically spread very far apart. And in particular, these cats are not outdoor cats. The overwhelming majority of the cats affected in the Polish outbreak are indoor cats with limited access to the outside, such as a balcony or a porch, or no outdoor access at all. Only a handful of cats affected by H5N1 in Poland were outdoor cats. Another aspect of the H5N1 outbreak in cats in Poland is the neurological symptoms that some of these cats evidently had. 20 cats
Not the kitties.
total had neurological signs, 19 had respiratory signs, and 17 had both.
Yo, bloody diarrhea. That's awful. Jesus. I'm curious what the neurological signs are.
19
Forget.
had respiratory signs, and 17 had both. All of these things coupled together with rapid clinical deterioration of these cats. There seems to be more to the story of H5N1 in cats. And the reason why I say that is because there is a second ongoing cat outbreak of H5N1. And this one comes to us from South Korea, very geographically far apart from Poland. And this confounds the H5N1, where did it come
Who says it's 5,000 miles?
from question even more. South Korea's agriculture ministry announced that they found H5N1 in 2 cats at a shelter in Seoul. These cats were tested after they showed respiratory infection symptoms, and results coming back to us on July 25th confirmed H5N1. According to a South Korean media report, since June, about 1 or 2 cat deaths each day were reported from the shelter. Now, there's some speculation that there were up to 40 cats that tested positive for H5N1, with 38 of
Not
these
the
cats
kitties.
in South Korea actually dying from the virus. That detail seems hazy right now. Some outlets are reporting it, others are not. So details are a bit hazy on how many cats have actually come down with H5N1 in this particular South Korean animal shelter. But once again, there are questions about where did the H5N1 come from? Is this something that's actually coming from the supply chain, right? Is it the cat shelter purchasing raw meat to feed to these cats in the shelter? Or is there somehow undetected mammal-to-mammal transmission in...
Raw meat would be crazy. That would be crazy. What? I don't think any shelter's doing that.
cat populations?
Not just because that's not healthy, but also it's very expensive to only feed animals meat.
In various countries, right? That situation is very unclear. With respect to the South Korean outbreak, it should also be stated that the investigation into it is very preliminary. They do not know whether or not this is even the problem clade of H5N1 that we've been talking about for the entirety of this video. We do not know if there's any genetic relation to the version of H5N1 that was infecting the cats in Poland, and the clinical picture of these cats in South Korea is not known with respect to respiratory symptoms, neurological symptoms, rate of deterioration, so on and so forth. But once again, if there's a source of H5N1 that we don't necessarily know about, or it's circulating in mammalian populations in ways that we don't understand, this is going to cause us more alarm. So with that being said, maybe at this point, if you're a cat owner, try to keep it indoors best you can. And I really can't tell you whether or not to feed your animal raw chicken or not. That's not my place. If you have any concerns about that, I would recommend going to see your veterinarian. So again, if you have any concerns about whether or not you should be feeding your cat specific food, please go talk to your veterinarian.
I mean, yeah, probably raw meat is like never the way to go. I think I can say that for sure. Pretty much anything but raw meat. Yeah.
Oh, you thought you could get rid of me, huh? Just by
No, not the fur farms. Oh god.
watching this video, eventually it would end, right?
They're already being farmed and euthanized for fur. How much worse can it get for them? Oh my god.
No. There's no end in sight. As long as there's lung tissue for H5N1 to get a hold of, evolution will continue and the wheel will turn. Whether it turns in a way that's favorable to us is yet to be determined. So the reason why I'm coming back at you yet again is because something incredibly grave seems to be happening in Finland. This really has taken us all around the world across the span of this video, huh? So the reason why I'm talking about Finland is because Finland has a variety of fur farms. Finnish fur farms, yeah, quite the alliteration there. Originally, towards the middle of July, there were some detections of H5N1 in animals on these Finnish fur farms. Originally, it was 5 of them, so there's another F to add to our alliterative madness here. 5 Finnish fur farms were reporting detections of H5N1 in their animals. Since this initial set of detections, the number of fur farms with H5N1 detected in the animals has risen from 5 to 19. And that's a problem in and of itself. We'll come back to the existence of the fur farming industry in the first place. But insofar as the outbreak is concerned, this is going to remind us quite a lot of the Spanish mink colony outbreak. Guess what animals are on the fur farms in Finland? Foxes and mink. That's right, they're farming mink too. And in particular, animals like mink, ferrets.
I have a mink coat. I feel bad that I own it. But I did buy it secondhand. It was $1 at a yard sale, okay? And it looks fly as fuck. But I will say, I feel terrible. I feel terrible every time I look at it. That's like 60 minks. I don't know. Feels bad, man. Feels bad.
And foxes, they tend to be more solitary, right? They're not living in close quarters like some high-rise apartment building in an urban setting, but functionally speaking, fur farms place them all in very close proximity to each other, and this creates a very ideal set of conditions for the ferret experiments that we've talked about all.
Would be worse to trash it, but also I get it. Yeah. Right? Yeah, like if it didn't sell, it would have gone into the trash. Like they were doing like a sale before they like got rid of their home.
Throughout this video to happen without any human intervention whatsoever. And again, earlier in this video, we talked about how the threshold for sialic acid preference changing and mammalian adaptation to at least get H5N1 human transmission up and running is lower than some of the other adaptations H5N1 would require to more perfectly adapt to mammals. These adaptations can be generated rather readily in a factory farming setting where minks are in close proximity to each other. So with that being said, this is
yeah, like viruses, they evolve very rapidly, simply because it's like a numbers game, right? If you make so many viral cells per minute, one of those cells is going to be a mutation, and that mutation may or may not have an advantage in infecting more beings. So factory farming is like the nightmare situation to bioengineer the worst possible fucking virus. The worst.
Prompted virologists Dr. Tom Peacock, once again, and Dr. Wendy Barclay to write an op-ed calling for the global banning of the practice of fur farming. And look, I can't help but agree with that. Even if the professionals weren't saying it, this scientifically provides The perfect opportunity for H5N1 to mix, mutate, genetically reassort potentially, depending on what all makes it into the fur farms. This is not what we want to see. This poses a danger to the planet. Now, it is possible by the time this video makes it out to people, the number of fur farms where H5N1 is detected increases. If we actually get reports of that, we'll add some text into the video for you to at least see on your screen, so I don't have to re-record this for like the 10th time. So with that being said, we can add the banning of fur farming to our list of policies that we need to advocate for and that we need to see in order to keep humans.
Let's see. Avian flu has been found on 25 fur farms in Finland. Let's see. Finland.
Safe, so H5N1 does not cook up something particularly cut out for our lungs and potentially our brains. Who knows how this thing is going to mutate. So that being said, this may or may not be the last update.
Oh. Jesus. I don't know when was the last time he recorded for this. It must have been before this. Finland orders cull of 50,000 mink and foxes due to bird flu. Fuck. That's not good. That's not good at all, dude. Fuck.
We'll see what evolution has in store for us. Hi there. You made it to the end of the video. I'm kind of surprised because of all of the updates and other things that were crammed in there. Thank you for watching. If you want more content like this, please go ahead and subscribe to this channel. You can also tune in live when I process all this information, along with other anti-science brain rot on Twitch.
Oh god. Oh god, it's so much worse. It's so much worse. This has escalated. Finland starts to cull of 120,000 foxes and minks. Well then. But a culling order has been issued for 13 farms. God, head of Finnish Food Authority's virology unit, told the AFP press agency, adding that culling has already been carried out on 10 farms. Fuck. In June, several outbreaks of H5N1 avian influenza were identified among larids in Finland. The first cases in fur farms were detected in July. Given these findings, the Finnish authorities decided at the beginning of August to cull a large portion of the animals on the farms. Finland has around 400 fur farms, according to Miss God, with a total population of 1.3 million animals, mainly mink and foxes. The epidemic seems to be calming down, she believes, as gulls and seagulls have begun their migration southwards. The increase in the number of avian flu has rekindled calls for a ban of the fur industry in the Nordic country, with Finland producing almost 1 million pelts each year. Holy. 1 million pelts, that's crazy. During the COVID-19 pandemic, Denmark became embroiled in a political crisis after illegally ordering a mass slaughter of 15 million mink to prevent mutations of the virus. What? Why was it illegal? That's a shit ton of mink to kill, but... Wait, what?
Twitch.tv/Homozygoat. You can tune into the streams Tuesdays and Thursdays, 8 p.m. Eastern, so you can go ahead and follow and sub over there. I'm going to enjoy a nice glass of dead bird apple brandy to commemorate this virus and hopefully commemorate the lack of human-to-human transmission staying that way. Stay safe, take care of yourself, and I'll see you.
Dude, I really forgot about the hummingbird debacle. I wonder if the hummingbird survived. At least. You know? If Hasan's going to die, then, you know, at least let him save the hummingbird. At least... I'm sorry. Okay. Okay. I'll be right back.
Father of lies, come in disguise. Your cum won't last. There's a snake in my ass. The cum father's secret stash. Come stomp me flat. I'm going to fuck your dad. Coming high into the morning sky. Vape come from my bum till I die. Watching Arthur with a cock in my ass. Riding hard, eating ass masterclass. Sacred cum blade, fuckling crusade. Fatal cum theft, give me cum or give me death. Elon's Musk, Jesus crust. Stealing donations from the cum czar's trust. A cum smoothie, gulp smoothly. Consume the cum chalice, fuck everyone named Alex. David Hayter, cum crusader. The holy cum wars, razor blade masturbator. Margaret Thatcher, the cum snatcher. Father drowned, going down on the cum clown. Prolapse pounding, toothpick sounding. Cum baking, my nipple pussy is aching. Cum fooler, semen drooler. Forbidden cum spice, your shitbox looks nice. Life is a cage, and death is the key. All your cum are belong to me. Normalize crying over spilled cum. Making cum angels with my son. I fucked a fairy in half. How many holes does a human have? My butt and cunny are in agony. Castration in the sky, your penis will fly. Scrotal chambers, semen sailors. Mommy's cum tax, grind my balls on an axe. Cum scented candle, cum broiled eggs. Cum Christ consciousness, third eye, cum spy. Cum scrote sailboat, semen speed racer. Off-road, cum chode, my uterus came out. Cum treasurer, dick measurer. Irresponsible manager of cum. A cum slave, back from the grave. The price for breaking a cum oath. James Hector, cum key lector. I tripped in the cum keeper's crypt. Cum feeder, moist meter. Sans undertale, the cum reaper. Fucking a skeleton, right in the pussy. The dark souls of cum. Cum framed and cum blamed. Cum drowning awareness day. Brewing cum fuel after school. Your nipples are crunchy. The tragic cum sponge. Your cum is fading. Sweep up the cum flakes, Joan.
Joan.
We have some great friends in the media. Sean.
It's a good song.
I'm so sick of the bullshit. We've been down this freaking road so many times. Oh, exquisite monotony. Tell me, is this the definition of insanity? I expected different results. Now I'm trapped because I'm broke, forever in debt. And some rich guy in a private plane is gonna kill me. He's got hair plugs and a cock spaceship. He's gonna kill me. Billionaires are dorks. I said it. Y'all are freaking nerds. You got a real bad need.
Okay. That was very good, very good. Let's do Dark History. Let's mold about something else for a change.
Chicken is by far America's favorite.
Just found out she streams. True.
Meat. I mean, we eat 8 billion of them every year. We just can't get enough. But what if I told you the chicken we eat is pumped with hormones to make these birds so big and fat that they can't even walk? Not only that, but the facilities they're kept in are contaminated with all kinds of nasty bugs that sometimes find their way into your precious chicken nuggets. I know. Gasp.
How could they?
Gasp. Oh, and the most shocking thing,
Not my
chicken
nuggies.
poop, it's destroying the environment. Yeah, chicken poop. Who knew?
With bird flu?
Hi friends, I hope you're having a wonderful day today. My name is Bailey Sarian, and I'd like to welcome you to my podcast, Dark History. Here we believe history does not have to be boring. I mean, it might be tragic, it might be happy, but either way, it's our dark history. So all you have to do is sit back, relax, and let's talk about that hot, juicy history gas. Listen, lately I've been trying to be better about grocery shopping and like actually checking to see where is my food coming from, especially when it comes to like proteins. You guys won't shut up about protein, so I'm like trying to eat more of it. Okay, whenever. Anyways, but I used to just like grab whatever was on sale. I mean, if it's expired a day or two, it's okay. Discount. Because
Anyone
you can
vegan?
tell what's going on.
Spot check? Vegans. I was vegetarian for like 6 or 7 years. And then I don't know. I went to college and it just became like super unsustainable. Like I was in high school and it was a boarding school. My cafeteria would like make me food every day and like that was fine. I could deal with that. But like once it came to like finding my own meals and or like paying $20 a meal for the cafeteria, like I can't do that, man. I just cannot. The protein, yeah. No, I probably should. I don't know if I like actually could anymore. Like I have severe anemia. I have to take B12 shots every week. So I would actually have to talk to my doctor first before going back to vegetarianism, but I have been trying to like cut back on meat for sure. Just like a couple times a week.
On under all that plastic and styrofoam anyway, right? Joan knows. Look at her. She's my lunch today, okay? I'm getting rid of her. Anyway, so when I started to like buy the better, pricier meats.
See, Colin, how could you? What? Free Joan? What the fuck?
You know, I could unfortunately taste the difference. I mean, I can actually taste that the cow had a less stressful life just based on like the meat. I didn't know. But here's the thing, I mean, that costs a lot of money, like triple the cost of that styrofoam plastic wrap meat. So yeah, I went back to my cold cuts real quick. And I told myself it was okay because all the packages say nice things on it, like free range, cage free. But then again, you never...
Yeah, it's too hard for the lifestyle. Yeah. And it's like especially hard if you're not like right next to a grocery store. You know, like keeping that many vegetables in-house, like a lot of work. Hi, do you want to have a lot of viewers, followers, and views? Then you are here, stream skill. Pro/N. Yeah, I'm good. I actually wish to not be perceived, so. No, thank you.
See eggs that say like, this chicken lived in a cage and was force-fed shit. I think that would actually be a better notice, and I would know not to buy that. So, I mean, you got me thinking, like, what is really going on here? If there's no cage, why do I taste the stress? Well, all of these brands I was looking up, doing some Googling and goggling, chicken, sausage, cake, steak, they all seem to be owned by one company. That company, you ask?
Curious.
Tyson. We're looking at you, Tyson. Now, I know what you guys are thinking. You're like, Bailey, those guys, don't they only make chicken? Well, correct. I mean, you're not wrong. Their bread and butter is chicken. But Tyson Foods today is the world's second largest processor of chicken, beef, and pork. I know, that blew my mind because I was like, they just do chicken, right? And this is amazing for Tyson because
no, they do all the things and they have quite the monopoly on it.
America is the #1 consumer of chicken around the world. Number one. Yeah, we did it. Fuck yeah. As Americans, we eat 15,000 metric tons of chicken every year. I mean, it makes up almost half of what Americans eat. And one in every...
Goddamn. And just to think, a quarter of all that chicken is consumed by Hasan Piker.
Every 5 chickens we eat is from Tyson Foods. Tyson is one of 4 companies that control 85% of the meat market. And to the people who are like, I buy store brand meats, only I don't buy Tyson. I hear you, I see you, but I've got some bad news for you. I'm so sorry. Tyson is such a mega corporation that they hide in like plain sight behind brands and other labels that they've acquired. Chances are, I mean, even if you think you're avoiding Tyson, most likely—
Damn, it's everything. It's everything. I hate seeing these. Fucking the Monopoly visualizations. Feels bad, man. You're gonna make the same joke. Tyson, Jimmy Dean, Hillshire Farm, Hillshire. The bougie version. Ballpark, Raised and Rooted, Adele's, State Fair, Nature's Farm. Nature Raised Farms, Sara Lee, Right Brand, Bosco's, Gallo. Oh yeah. Wait, they do pasta sauce, I think? The Bruss Company, Chairman's Reserve, IBP, Lady Astor, Mexican Original, Open Prairie, Star Ranch Angus, Wonder Bar. Wonder Bar? Man, I haven't seen that in ages. Is that even still around? Fuck. Advanced Pierre, Bar Foods, Big AZ, Fast Fixin', Pierre, Like Moms, Lanchire, a Russer, a Stick Ease, Original Phillies, a Brian, Reuben. All under the Tyson brand. It's on No Mass Piker.
Likely, like, they're probably in your kitchen right now and are affecting you without you even knowing. The story of Tyson Food begins with a man named John W. Tyson. So this man, John, he was born on a small farm in Missouri in 1905. And when he was a kid, he always had some kind of business going on, whether it was like selling eggs or butter or slaughtering chickens. You know, he was just, he was a hard worker. And then when he got older, John made a living selling and delivering products like hay and fruit. But at this point, there was more pressure on him to bring home the bacon, because now he had a wife and a baby to take care of. Plus, during this time, it was the Great Depression, and because of that, John wasn't getting as many jobs as he used to, so he decided to look for better opportunities for his family and leave his little hometown. And in 1931, John packed his beat-up truck, he got on the road with his wife and his baby boy, and honestly, just a couple of cents in his pocket. At this point in America, the produce industry was struggling. I mean, there were too many farmers, there was too much food that was being made, so the prices just kept getting marked down further and further. And this meant it was hard to make a profit if you were a farmer, or someone like John who worked with produce. So he wasn't the only one looking to make a career move. And then one day, everything changed. John was driving his truck through this small town by the Ozark Mountains called Springdale. I know, it sounds cute. And then his truck, I guess, ran out of gas. Bummer. Now, I don't know if he didn't have any money for gas to keep going or maybe just really liked the town. But either way, John and his wife Mildred ended up deciding to stay in Springdale. And it would be in Springdale that John would turn his attention to chicken. So back then, the only way to get chicken meat to big cities was to buy them from local sellers in the country called growers, not showers. These growers would raise the chickens in their small town, then sell the chickens to a middleman. And the middleman would drive the chickens directly to restaurants or even like individual buyers.
Tyson market cap is 20 billion. Oh my god. Oh my god. All these issues for such a small monopolistic company relative to LVMH. Yeah. Yep.
If you're fancy. Now, during this journey, these chickens could be alive or already slaughtered dead and ready for cooking. It really just depended on the buyer. So John became one of these middlemen, getting these chickens from point A to point B. Ooh, he was like a chicken chauffeur. I like that. And plus, on top of that, John just liked the work. It was a steady job, and he was making more money than ever before. Now, for years, John would get chickens from the growers, put them in the back of his truck, and then drive them to places like Kansas City and St. Louis. And by 1935, John realized he could be making even more money if he didn't have to rely on the growers for work, you know? He could be making double and even triple if he just started raising and selling chickens on his own. Smart John. But John knew if he was going to be competing with other chicken farmers, he would have to do things
literally seizing the means of production. Seizing the means of reproduction.
A little differently to stand out, and he had just the idea. He had realized that the current system, it wasn't really great for a couple of reasons. First of all, the live chickens didn't always survive the long drives across the state. But if you slaughtered the chickens before the drive, it was like just risky because they didn't have refrigerated trucks back then, and the chicken meat could go real bad real fast. So John used every bit of savings he had and even borrowed some money to get his business off the ground. He wanted more chickens so there'd be more deliveries and a bigger customer base. His plan was to deliver and sell chickens with his brilliant invention, the mobile chicken coop. That's funny. The mobile chicken coop meant that he would be able to feed them on long drives, give them access to water so they'd actually survive until they made it to the restaurant, and then, then they could be killed. Within his first year of chicken farming, business was booming. Things were going so well for John that he decided to deliver his chickens all the way to the big city of Chicago. Dun, 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 dun. Wait, is that Chicago? Whatever.
Freedom. Yeah, the illusion of choice, Daddy. It's, it goes hard. The illusion of choice, it hits. It hits, and it just keeps hitting. Yeah. I don't know. Lots of cognitive dissonance, which people then self-medicate away, generally.
Honestly, he killed it. He made so much more money in a bigger city like Chicago, and this convinced him to really go all in and sell chickens across the whole Midwest. Now, here's something I didn't realize. You know how chicken is kind of everywhere? It's everywhere. And usually at restaurants, it's like the less expensive option. Well, this wasn't always the case. Back in the 1930s, chicken was actually considered a luxury. During the Great Depression, most people couldn't afford meat at all, but if they could, they'd eat beef or pork. Cows and pigs didn't need special diets, so I guess they were cheaper to keep alive. I mean, these animals, you could feed them literal trash or put them near some grass, so it was they're easy to maintain, and there was a lot more of their meat available. Chicken, when it came to chickens, they needed to actually be cared for. I know, bummer. They needed special grain and special seeds. Chicken was really only for people who could shell out the big bucks. So chicken really wasn't eaten by the everyday person, but this actually turned out to be a really good thing for John Tyson, especially when World War II rolled around. In the 1940s, during World War II, there was something called food rationing happening, and people had to give up things like sugar, dairy, and even meat, so there'd be enough food to feed the soldiers who were fighting for our country. But chicken was not being rationed. And like I said, the everyday person wasn't necessarily in the market for chicken. At this time, people were just obsessed with eating beef and pork. So those became like the items that were limited. And thanks to people like John who were making it easier to transport chickens, they were more affordable now. And as soon as people realized that they could get their hands on chicken for a reasonable price, the demand just skyrocketed. In 1940, the United States Department of Agriculture, aka the USDA, they even created this contest called the Chicken of Tomorrow. So with this contest, it was the very beginning of people starting to fatten chickens, you know, start making them look bigger and just filling them and getting them all buff and shit. This is where it starts, because this damn contest. People saw chicken as a good way to feed their families, and over a decade, chicken consumption almost quadrupled. And companies like Tyson were using this as an opportunity to expand their businesses even more. This is when Tyson starts his first big official business called Tyson Feed and Hatchery. Sounds a little spooky. Hatchery? Sounds like I'm gonna get hacked to death from Paul. What's hatchery? Oh, eggs. Oh, it's so cute. I'm over here thinking I'm gonna get
time to crack your eggs.
Butchered. Okay, not scary. So he's got little baby chicks and eggs just everywhere, and this was so he could never run out of a supply of chickens. He even made the feed that the chickens would eat from scratch. He really committed to growing the best chickens out there. And when he delivered the chickens to buyers, he would also deliver the feed as well. And John, he wasn't just known for his good chickens, he really cared about his customers. In 1946, he actually loaded a plane full of chicks to ship to a local buyer so they'd get their best chickens possible. He once said, quote, "I decided early that if you had the best chicks in the area, chicks, you'd have the best customers and get the best results." I'm thinking of hot babes and getting hatched to death, but that's the wrong story, I guess. Plus, he was cashing in big time by using the business tactic vertical integration, which is something we've mentioned on the show a few times. Basically, you control every stage of production, the chicken mating, the chicken hatching.
Capitalism, operating at its best, I guess. It's best.
The growing of chickens and also the selling of the chicken. And this makes it so that companies are able to save money by not having to outsource the work. But suddenly, after the war, the chicken industry was flopping like a chicken with its head cut off. Diseases came to town and they were tearing through chicken farms. Chickens were dying, dropping left and right. And this meant that the prices started to shoot up. You would think it would go lower, right? Because it's they're all dying and stuff and they might be, they might kill you, but no, prices shot up. Less people were willing to buy them, and this left many poultry growers filing for bankruptcy. Shit. Oh, but not for Tyson, Daddy Tyson over here. Tyson at this time was still a profitable company, and other big meat competitors even wanted to, they really wanted to buy them up, them being John. But John, he was like, no, I've worked way too hard for this. He then pulled out his 22-year-old son, Don, out of college so that he could help him run the company. I guess Don had worked for Tyson a few years earlier as a chicken catcher. I know. So he went from catching chickens to running the business alongside his father. I mean, talk about a raise. Don and John, that sounds fake. Don and John together came up with a plan to not just survive this chicken flop era, but also to thrive and just dominate. So they pull Rockefeller and they start buying up all the little chicken competitors in the area just to create one big poultry processing plant, which they called Randall Road Plant. Now, if you aren't a vegan or didn't forever traumatize yourself and Google this on YouTube, a processing plant is essentially a big factory that takes the chicken, they slaughter that chicken, they defeather that chicken, cut it up, and then they package it for selling. It's where most of the grocery store chicken comes from today. Now, this whole processing plant was all built under Don's leadership, and he was seen as someone who really knew how to lead the company. And not only that, just like his father, he really seemed to care about the people, the customers, whatever. By 1963, Don was the vice president of Tyson, and thanks to the business risks he took, the company was able to go public under the new name Tyson Foods, Inc. This meant people could now buy shares in Tyson, so there's going to be way more money coming into the company and way more to experiment with. At this point, it looks like nothing can stop them, really, until a tragedy hits Tyson. By 1967, John Tyson and his wife Mildred were struck and killed by a train while driving through Springfield. Everyone was devastated, except for Don. You know, low-key, he was probably like, hell yeah, because he gets to take over the company as chairman and CEO.
Don's low-key like, let's fucking go. I've been waiting for those fuckers to die.
The workers, they weren't really, well, they were probably really upset too, but they liked Don, so they were like, okay, he's CEO now, you know, whatever. Even though Don was the son of a millionaire businessman, he just seemed like he was pretty down to earth. Like one of the guys, get a beer after work kind of guy, you know? But guess what? There was more to Don. There was more! Don may have been the salt of the earth good boy by day, but by night, he was Jack the Ripper. I know, plot twist. I'm just kidding. Okay, actually, by night, he was raging with the elite of society. I mean, come on, of course he was. He was rubbing shoulders with members of the government and people like President Clinton. He threw these wild parties, I guess, that only the highest of society could get into. I know. I want to know what happened there. Like, was it chicken theme? Dress up like a chicken? Come get your own chicken? I don't know. So I guess Don would show up to like business meetings with these super hot models and he'd be all dressed up all fancy. Yeah, so I think that's where his money was going. Models. On top of that, he loved himself a yacht. He had a huge yacht and he traveled all over the world with it.
Classic.
He was a yacht daddy. And I mean, it was just very different, you know, because it just showed how much Tyson had changed since John was running the show. Now it was like, it was very flashy. And when Don took the reins of the Tyson company, he established a creepy little motto. Tyson told his employees the new company motto was, grow or die. I imagine it was aggressive like that. And I'll tell you one thing, they didn't die, so they were growers, not showers. The year is 1972, and Tyson is once again perfectly positioned to make bank because the American meat industry is about to take a huge hit. Why, you ask? Well, because of South American anchovies. They'll get ya when they don't tell you, and anchovies are in it, and then there are, and you're like, you liar! Anchovies, right? Okay. That year, a bunch of
anchovies are very gross.
Anchovies.
Although, I do not mind Worcestershire sauce, which has anchovies.
Were living off the coast of South America. Well, they decided they were over it. And they migrated and decided to live their happy little anchovy lives on another coast. And this left American farmers screwed because they used the anchovies for animal feed, which I didn't know animals liked anchovies. Good to know. So the farmers are like, what do we do? They had to go looking for other ways to like feed their animals, which were usually more expensive, which led to their meat prices to go up. People who were living in the 70s, they were pissed because, I mean, meat, whether it's chicken, pork, or beef, it was like the center of the American meal at this point. So they needed their meat. They needed it. And then in 1970, there was even a boycott that was actually led by American housewives because they were pissed over the rising meat prices. It was actually one of the earliest examples of what experts call housewife activism. The public pressure these women put on meat suppliers even forced the president at the time, it was Nixon, to put caps on like,
shout out women, W women,
how much they could charge on beef, pork, and lamb. And around that same time, something called the burger wars started.
Decisions. Should you stop for a McDLT or should you stop for a Whopper?
It was this lame competition between huge fast food franchises like McDonald's and Burger King over who had the best menu items. It's like, calm down, you guys. It's not that serious. Burger King was like, we got those flame broiled patties. And McDonald's is like, yeah, we got that special sauce. They were like pricing their burgers a few cents higher or lower than their competitors, being all petty and angry. And they released all these commercials. Like, everyone just needed to calm their tits. It's just a burger, you know? Personally, I would choose McDonald's because I love the orange high C. Love ya. Or Mr. Pibb. Oh, bitch. I'm a Mr. Pibber.
So good.
Okay, chicken. But while all this was going on, Tyson had been buying up chicken companies one by one behind the scenes, and they were quietly becoming a chicken Godzilla of a corporation. And Tyson was working with grocery stores with their rebranding, like how to actually stand out and make people want their chicken. Tyson wasn't just selling average-looking chicken in plastic wrap. They were selling Tyson Country Fresh chicken. Like, what's country fresh even mean? When you think about it, huh? It doesn't even make sense. Okay, so I'm picturing some kind of like country of chickens. Maybe there's some hay, you know, maybe these cute little chickens are wearing overalls and just being all cute and like building a post office and some streets and
that's probably it.
Functioning way better than America. Unfortunately, it's ruined because realistically it comes from those scary metal food processing plants that just look like prison. I like my country.
They literally just look like a horror game or a horror movie.
Chicken's way better. But the most important thing Tyson was doing at this time was not being a burger, because everything was about burgers. Everyone's arguing about Big Macs and Whoppers. I mean, the government was releasing studies that showed red meat wasn't actually that healthy for you. I guess the government, they even like came out and they were begging the public to stop eating so many hamburgers because maybe it wasn't that great. This was great news for Tyson. A few years earlier, Don Tyson bought a company called Prospect Farms. They made a product that was not super common at the time: pre-cooked frozen chicken breasts and thighs. Everyone loves a breast and a thigh. By the 80s,
it is crazy. Like, Americans are like, oh, I can't eat burgers, but like a ton of chicken, that's fine, right? That's fine? I can do that? Okay. Good.
Tyson was in refrigerators and freezers in nearly every grocery store in America. So the 80s was the era of the working mom. I'm talking those badass power suits, block cell phones, the hairspray, the power lesbian haircuts. It was everything. And you know exactly what I'm talking about. Bad bitches in charge, making their own money. And the downside of that is like working moms felt like they had less time to cook a whole like raw chicken for dinner, right? So a lot of them would just kind of end up going with frozen chicken because it was close enough, and plus it was already cooked, so they don't have to worry about like giving anyone in the family food poisoning, which is good. Suddenly, chicken consumption was up 30%, and this really became Tyson's golden era. In 1982, Tyson Foods made it on the Fortune 500 list, which is this list that ranks the 500 most powerful companies of the year. It's like the VIP list for companies. I mean, if you're on it, major bragging rights. You could just go up to everyone and be like, yeah, our chicken is the shit. You suck. And honestly, can't say nothing back. They're not lying. Thanks to this, Tyson signed some new business that, in my personal opinion, changed the world. I'm talking McDonald's. So in the early 1980s, McDonald's was really struggling to sell something new to customers after that burger backlash. So they tried testing tons of different products, like a deep fried pot pie, a bite-sized onion ring. They even tried fried chicken, but nobody could compete with KFC. KFC's like, don't even try. Don't even try, bitch. Finally, the McDonald's CEO was like, hey, why don't we do like a bite-sized piece of chicken? What if we called it a chicken nugget?
Let's go.
Right? I bet that guy went home and
Changed
was like,
everything.
I did that shit. So they called up Tyson, right? Get him on the line. And together with like a food scientist named Robert C. Baker from Cornell University, in 1983, together they birthed the McNugget. Yes! McNuggets make their debut on the McDonald's menu. Now this is a day I celebrate. This is my Christmas, the birthday of the McNugget. And like, look, everyone was stoked. They loved this shit. It was an instant hit. They were like, what is this? They didn't know. It was a McNugget. Barbecue sauce? Try that, bitch. changed the game. We grew up eating McDonald's a lot, and I would always get chicken nuggets, and my sister would get the sweet and sour sauce, and I was like, ew. I would get the barbecue. Barbecue is way better than the sweet and sour. Please, don't even, you can't convince me, okay? And then to this day, I mean,
I'm a ranch diehard. I love ranch. It's my favorite. Barbecue is pretty good. Honey mustard also pretty good. But if I'm given a choice, ranch.
Chicken nuggets are my, like, comfort food. Don't come for me, I'm sorry. But I do like a 10-piece. What are you gonna do about it? Okay, I know. Great. Okay, so anyways, McNuggets, a damn hit. They are banging, popping,
Instant classic.
Laughing, loving. Yep. McDonald's, they were literally running out of chicken daily. Can you imagine? The news was doing reports on like how people would wait in long lines just to get their hands on a McNugget. And Tyson was becoming the go-to chicken company when it came to fast food. Over the next few years, Tyson's client list included Taco Bell, Burger King, and even Kentucky Fried Chicken. By 1986, Tyson officially becomes the #1 poultry processor in all of America. Tyson's products, I mean, they're in grocery stores, they're in school cafeterias, at the drive-thru, they were everywhere. You couldn't avoid them. They even had a fun new little slogan. Good. Doing our best, just for you. Not really catchy or anything, right? But okay. But Tyson started to have some serious problems.
Doing our best.
Okay? They're like, shit, man. We need more fucking chickens. I mean, they were having
that slogan, dude, doing our best. Like, look, we know it's not great, but we are doing our best, okay? We are trying.
Oh, in 1981, we need more fucking chickens. I mean, they were having a hard time meeting demand and getting all that chicken out to their customers. So, in 1989, Tyson, who's just flushed with cash at this point, decides to make a boss-ass move, and they end up buying their competitor, Holly Farms. I know, bye Holly. Sorry girl, you're out.
Rip.
Even though Tyson was everywhere, Holly Farms was the more trusted grocery store chicken brand. People liked that one. Holly Farms was over like 100 years old, and they didn't want to Holly Farms was the
I was gonna say, the logo looks like the Tyson logo today. I wonder if they like took
Sorry,
it.
Girl, you're out. Even though Tyson was everywhere, Holly Farms was the more trusted grocery store chicken brand. People liked that one. Holly Farms was over like 100 years old, and they didn't want to like give up the company without a fight. So after negotiating for years, Don Tyson ends up paying $1.29 billion for Holly Farms. That's a lot of money. Holly was probably stoked though. She's on a jet ski now, just smiling, living. Good for her. I bet you it's not even Holly who owns it, right? So literally overnight, Tyson had doubled in size, and their sales in the first year, ooh, that doubled too. And Tyson became the undisputed chicken fucking king of the world. Chicken king, the boss, the chicken boss. So Tyson, they go on to spend the next few decades gobbling up other smaller chicken companies and expanding their product line to beef, pork, and even fish. But behind the curtain, Tyson is putting people and animals through hell. Let's talk about how they are able to sell so much chicken to people like you and me. But with everything they have going on, it's no wonder shit literally hits the fan. Or a chicken hits the fan. But now that Tyson was such a large company, things obviously had to change. Farming and butchering back in the day was the size of a small family business. Things were done by hand, animals were killed as efficiently as possible, and usually pretty humanely, which is like what you would hope for, right? This was done with a stunning bolt to the head or a clean chop of the neck. But then farmers raised these animals from babies, so they felt an obligation to keep their suffering to a minimum, right? It's like, I know that baby chicken, I named her Tommy. Tommy can be a name for both men and women. Sorry. Anyways, people were they were attached to the chickens, so you know they were gonna be nice when they chopped their head off. Say a prayer. This is also back when chickens were like free range and living outside and also eating a healthy diet. But all this changed with the Industrial Revolution and big brands like Tyson. They slaughtered 45 million chickens every week. That's a lot of chickens. And they aren't just slaughtering them. It's cheaper for Tyson to be in control of every aspect of the chicken's life. This is so that they can raise them and butcher them as quickly as possible, which honestly sucks if you're a chicken, right? Today, the birds that are raised by Tyson are selectively bred to be supersized. But these chickens are intentionally bred to be so big that they can barely walk. So once they've hatched their Frankenstein supersized chicks, they're debeaked, which use your imagination on that one, because I didn't know they debeaked them. Brutal. And then
Jesus, what the fuck?
And they live their lives in either a feathery mosh pit or inside cages so small that the poor chicks can't even stretch their wings. Then they're pumped with hormones to make them as fat as possible. And all of this happens.
Wait, why did they take the beaks off? Why?
In a big ass factory. If you're a Tyson chicken, odds are you've most likely never seen the sun or even the grass. It's kind of like the chicken matrix, except they don't get a beautiful simulation to escape to, and obviously no Keanu Reeves. So, not ideal. But this isn't even getting into the nitty-gritty of it all. Back in 2022, Vox reported on an undercover investigation of Tyson. Well, let me tell you, of a Tyson factory farm. And this farm was like outside of Richmond, Virginia. Great. And this was like the kind of article where I didn't want to keep reading, but of course, naturally, I kept reading. The investigator documented hours and hours of horrifying footage. They reported that many of these Tyson chickens were stuffed into dark warehouses and had, quote, severe injuries, wounds, and deformities. Yeah, you think they're beefing them up. Of course they're deformed. They have these little chicken legs. They have literal chicken legs and bigger bodies. They can't even walk. It's so sad. Now, oh my God, chicken legs. It all makes sense now. I never put two and two together. God, I love this show. Learned something new. Chicken leg went right over my head. Anyways, back to the sadness. Sorry. Chicken legs though, noted. They saw chickens deprived of food and water. There was like rat infestations and bugs in the chicken's feed. The investigator said, quote, it's a living nightmare. A video does not do it any justice, end quote. I bet you it smelled like shit. I mean, this horror show is the polar opposite.
Those bugs in the food, that's so nasty.
Opposite of the advertising you see on the Tyson like chicken packaging about their chicks being happy and healthy and like running in this country of fresh chickens. Okay, well, listen to this. So you know how like those free range labels you see on chickens and eggs at the grocery store? And you're like,
it's all a lie.
Yay. What does that even mean? I don't know, but free, you know, the chicken had a good life or yeah. Well, I'm about to blow
that chicken had its God-given freedoms, brother.
Your mind. Because those expensive labels, they don't mean a damn thing. I know, isn't that illegal? You would think. Well, in a quote, surprisingly candid conversation between the Vox reporter and a Tyson worker, the Tyson worker openly said that the free-range labels were essentially meaningless. Then the reporter brought up a Tyson competitor and was like, oh my God, I wonder how they're doing free-range chickens over there. And then the Tyson worker was like, oh, they don't. I mean, that's lame. In the secret recording, the Tyson worker goes on to say that those birds don't go outside, you know that. If they do, it's strictly for commercial purposes. Oh, that's cute. Like when they do the little shots, little photo shoots, that's when they take them outside. They pick the prettiest birds for commercials and they toss them out in the grass. Be like, you look good. Throw them out in the grass, get their photos, and then put them back in, you know? So it's all fake, you guys. Everything is fake. The chickens are not happy.
It's all a lie. It's not regulated. You can just say it's natural. You can say it's organic. No regulations on those things. Unless you see the USDA organic label, it's not organic, okay?
Happy, okay? Now, this is just one guy who said this, and who knows how accurate these statements are, but Why would he lie? You know, I mean, it's concerning. There's got to be some truth in there. And across the board, free range labels, honestly, don't mean squattily shit, okay? And yeah, you're welcome. That's all you should take away from this. It just seems like this is one of those dirty secrets that you only know if you work in the meat industry. But companies like Tyson must know that if they use the right visuals on their products and use words like free range, most likely people will kind of calm down a little.
Yeah, it's all marketing.
A little bit, and they'll feel okay about eating chicken, about their purchase, about where they're buying, you know? Most of us aren't thinking about the abuse and deformed vampire chickens who never see the sun that's probably in that packaging you're about to eat, right? Now, this technique of using words that really mean nothing is what people call humane washing, like greenwashing, but instead it's like with animal treatment, humane washing. Isn't this illegal? Right?
No, not really. I don't think it's regulated at all, actually.
I don't get it. But even if you don't like care about your chicken being free range, you like to eat like sad chickens or whatever, everyone wants to eat safe food, right? Well, I've got some nasty news for you. In a different undercover investigation in 2005, a reporter said that on 9 separate instances, they saw Tyson factory workers in Heflin, Alabama, of course Alabama, sorry, but Alabama, peeing in the live hang area where the chickens were getting slaughtered. They also saw the workers peeing directly on the conveyor belt that leads chicken to the slaughter.
What the fuck? What the actual fuck?
What is wrong with this place? Where are we? First of all, Tyson, you should probably give your employees some bathroom breaks. Maybe a nice bathroom so they don't have to pee on the chicken. Just a thought I had, I don't know. And second
Crazy
of all,
thought.
I don't know about you, but I don't want pee flavoring on my chicken. I don't think anybody does, right? These stress and unsanitary conditions of all this, it can lead to spreading diseases. I mean, quick, right? Workers at Tyson plants have said that cockroach,
just like the bird flu outbreaks on the farms we were talking about,
just flies and crickets are fucking all over the place in some plants and can even end up inside the nuggets and the hamburgers that are supplied to grocery stores, fast food restaurants, and even schools, because fuck the children, says Tyson. I'm just kidding. They didn't say that, but like I'm imagining in my mind that maybe they did. Carlos Sanchez, he's a Tyson worker who has been at the company for over a decade, is a machine operator in the plant that makes burgers and chicken nuggets. And Carlos told a reporter that, quote, the pressure is horrific and that speed is more important than safety, with workers stressed, tired, and just rushing around. That's why he says so many employees trip and fall. The cleaners complain about the same problem, saying they can do what they can, but the machinery often stinks and there are cockroaches inside. Carlos also said that he told supervisors at Tyson about the cockroaches and even pointed out the flies and the crickets that were frozen inside blocks of Tyson's ground up chicken. But no one did anything. The meat mixer just keeps on mixing. Carlos said that he's seen meat mislabeled as antibiotic-free when really it isn't. But Tyson's only comment to this was, quote, our plants and meats are routinely checked by USDA for quality and safety, end quote. Sure, Tyson, sure. Or should we blame the USDA? We're mad. We're mad. And when it comes to the slaughter part of the equation, things get even sketchier. Tyson uses a method called live shackle slaughter, which goes a little something like this. The chickens are essentially baptized in electrified water, praise God, and then dragged across a conveyor belt with a blade that slits their throat while they're still fully conscious. And even with this process, which is described as, quote, terrifying, excruciating, and extremely stressful, stuff goes wrong a lot of the time. Sometimes birds aren't stunned properly. Yeah, so it's like, oops. And then sometimes the blade that's supposed to slit their throat, it doesn't. It just like kind of misses and it cuts their leg or their chest or whatever. And then these full alive birds are dumped into tanks of like scalding water and then boiled alive. And the live shackle process isn't just terrible for the animals, it's also extremely hazardous and stressful for the workers in these facilities as well. I mean, could you imagine if you accidentally touched the electrifying water? Or maybe like you go home, how do you not think about all the chickens you just slaughtered? That's gotta be a little stressful, right? Now, companies that get their chicken from Tyson said that they were going to like look into better slaughter methods. Okay. Like in May of 2020, McDonald's, of course, they said they were committing to getting rid of the live shackle process. It's like, shut up, McDonald's.
Surely.
No, you're not. Come on. I mean, they promised they would have a different method in place by 2024. This is huge because McDonald's is, as we know it, one of Tyson's biggest buyers. So without their, you know, Ronald McDonald daddy, Tyson would be in some serious trouble. But I'm sure Tyson's just gonna start lying to everybody. Like, yeah, we do it super cool. We gas mask, we gas mask them. So when McDonald's made this news public, Tyson was real quick to announce that they would stop using live shackle slaughter. But kind of odd because I couldn't find.
Yeah, what the fuck is this method? How was this devised? Why? What kind of fucking monster decided this is the way?
A date in that publicity statement, so chances are they're gonna probably still keep doing it. Shut up. On top of all the blades and electricity and dangerous machinery which the Tyson employees are working with, Tyson reportedly refused to put, quote, adequate safety measures in place during the peak of the COVID pandemic. I mean, employees weren't allowed to take sick leave or...
Yeah, I remember this was a huge scandal.
Anything, and more than 4,500 Tyson workers came down with COVID-19 in 2020, and at least 18 of those employees died. A woman named Annalita Lopez worked for years at a Tyson processing plant in Green Forest, Arkansas, where she would butcher chickens, and she said that the whole factory honestly stinks, that there's water leaking through the roof, and cockroaches, well, they just have fun around the dining room and the employee's locker. Shit was not ideal. And then things got even worse in 2020. And Alita was one of the Tyson employees who caught COVID at work. She unfortunately infected her husband, who was recovering from a surgery, and sadly he died 3 days later. And Alita said, quote, if the company had taken better care, I might not have gotten COVID and my husband would still be alive, end quote. Most of Tyson's manual work is done by immigrants in low-income communities who are exploited and treated terribly. Magali Licoli, who is the director of a workers' rights organization called Venceremos, says that, quote, knowing Tyson is allowed to exploit them weighs heavy on the workers' shoulders, like they're not seen as human beings, just labor, end quote. But it's just not the workers getting the shit end of the stick. It's also the environment. Here's something I think a lot of us just don't think about. What happens to all the chicken poop? I mean, there's gotta be a lot of chicken poop, right? The amount of...
Yeah, all of the animal poop. It's all very bad for
literal chicken
for the environment.
Poop that these chicken factories produce, I guess, is like completely out of control. I mean, visualize. Close your eyes, babe. Visualize. A mountain of chicken shit the size of the Empire State Building. And with that visual you have right now, you're headed into the right direction. That's exactly how much shit they're doing. Factory farms have an official name for this, which is called chicken litter. And this chicken litter is full of chemicals like nitrogen and phosphorus. On a small, family farm, the litter can be used for fertilizer and even composting. And that could be a great thing, you know? But at Tyson, they're not really about good things, I feel like, in my personal opinion. They really aren't farming anything else. They're just kicking chickens around. I mean, it's chicken and that's it. So there's all of this excess fertilizer, which in high quantities is actually dangerous. In 2017, just one.
No, yeah, it can blow up.
Tyson plant in Arkansas, they produced 50 billion tons of chicken poop. What do you do with all the chicken poop? And studies showed that this drastically affected the air quality of this area, and tons of this chicken waste eventually finds its way into local water supplies, either through rain runoff or dumping.
Gross.
Okay, so poop and water.
Massive dumps.
Besides it being gross, it's that the nitrogen and the phosphorus from the poop is like giving algae and other bacteria a freaking steroid injection. They're starting to get fucking amped. I mean, any algae already living in the water will just pop off, thrive, become Arnold Schwarzenegger of the sea. No, I'm not of the sea. Rivers, whatever. Look, these are called algae blooms. They thrive because of shit. Have you ever seen a river or pond and it looks like a neon green science project kind of just happened there? Yeah, so that's algae bloom. And they can like take over entire lakes and rivers and turn clean water into like, Nickelodeon slime. I feel like that is a bad reference because I always wanted to be slimed. I wanted to be slimed so bad. So bad. Okay, so, but yeah, bad. The algae blooms are bad for plants, bad for animals, and bad for anyone who might want to swim in the water or drink that water. Great. Over the years, Tyson has faced tons of claims that they are single-handedly just decimating Arkansas's water supplies. There have been investigations where they've been proved that the company is releasing, quote, excessive, end quote, amounts of nitrogen and that phosphorus I mentioned. And all of this goes right into Arkansas's major streams and rivers. For instance, the Illinois River has major pollution issues, most of them leading back to Tyson. And this is like a real problem because as rivers get polluted and filled with bacteria, entire ecosystems can just die. And then it all trickles down to human health because people are fishing in these rivers and also eating the fish. Sometimes the contamination.
Yeah, it's the same with, I know pig farms are notoriously bad for this. They have just like pits of shit and it seeps into everything the same way like she's talking about.
Can get into the water sources that we rely on for drinking. The point is, chicken shit is in you right now. I'm just kidding, but it's all connected.
Thanks, I hate it.
That's the point. A lot of these towns where the worst pollution is happening are impoverished Latino and indigenous communities in Arkansas, like Benton and Washington, where no one has the resources to step up and challenge this freaking Goliath of a company. And honestly, it kind of reminded me of our Coca-Cola episode, but no Coke. But do you remember like the city that became a ghost town because Coca-Cola drained them of all their water resources? Oh, you don't? Okay, well, it's just like that. Big corporations in general, it just feels like they aren't really good for anything except convenience, right? And unfortunately, we Americans love convenience. I mean, preaching to the choir here, I kind of do. Tyson has closed down and gobbled up so many small farms to the point where for tons of people, it's now the only option at the grocery store. And you might not even realize it. Just because it doesn't say Tyson on the label doesn't mean it's not Tyson. They're hiding in plain sight behind other names like Hillshire Farms, Jimmy Dean, I know, Sara Lee, State Fair, that's another one, just to name a few. Tyson and 3 other companies now control over 87% of poultry production in Arkansas.
It's all a lie. All of food production is controlled by like 4 companies.
And that could soon become true for the rest of the country. Probably. And I guess it's like basically common knowledge in the business world that if a company controls 40% or more of any market, it's mega bad news for consumers, workers, small businesses, and also the planet. Hi. If all this wasn't bad enough, the real scary thing is that Tyson is becoming too big to fail because they're approaching a monopoly level chokehold on us. Honestly, it sounds like they already have. Rebecca Baim, an economist and author, said that, quote, when a company like Tyson can get so big and powerful, where they have a near monopoly in their industry, they make their own rules and rake in profits while everyone else suffers, end quote. Well, yeah, because number one,
classic.
What if there's a contamination issue? Thousands of people could be affected by a Tyson contamination in just a few days. Just last year in February of 2022, Reuters released a report that said, quote, highly lethal bird flu, unquote, was detected in Tyson Foods chickens. Missed that news. This was such a huge outbreak that countries like China and Korea stopped buying poultry products from Tyson. I don't blame them, do you? No. Good for them. Fuck Tyson. Now, at this point, like, Tyson was forced to recall more than 8.5 million pounds of frozen chicken in the US. And like, I wonder what they did with it, huh? This chicken was likely contaminated with listeria, which is a bacteria that can be fatal. And this is actually the third leading cause of death from food poisoning. For every 1,600 people that get sick from listeria, about 260 die of it every year. So yeah, this recall, it was pretty serious. And like I said, I mean, plenty of people might not have even known their chicken was recalled because Tyson's brands are everywhere. Now, Tyson food representatives, they claim that they're doing their part to follow safety protocol and water and waste disposal regulations. But a lot of people are skeptical about that. Why should we believe them? They've been shady for a very long time. Environmentalists and concerned citizens have filed lawsuits against Tyson, hoping to hold them accountable. But with companies this big, you know, like Tyson and Monsanto, there are always loopholes and escape routes. And honestly, you could just pay people off to get your way, right? Between the year 2000 and 2021, Tyson has been fined over $169 million. And these fines cover everything from employment violations, environmental violations, and even criminal penalties. In 2018, they had to pay $2 million for a massive slaughtering of fish in Missouri caused by their pollution. They're involved in ongoing lawsuits for their employee negligence in 2020 that allowed COVID to spread in Tyson plants. Safety protocol aside, these Tyson factory jobs are scary. You're watching chickens get their head cut off. Jesus. I mean, Carlos Sanchez, that worker who saw frozen bugs inside Tyson's chicken, he summed it up the best. He said, quote, "Tyson earns billions while we have to work in brutal conditions for low pay. I would never recommend anyone work for the company," end quote. I appreciate that honesty. Workers attest to being exposed to chemicals, dangerous equipment, and extreme temperatures at minimum. In 2019, the Bureau of Labor Statistics said that the non-fatal injury and illness rates in the chicken processing industry were higher than in all other industries. Wow, I know. According to a 2016 report, Tyson averages 1 employee amputation per month. That's a lot of limbs. Yeah, when you think about that, I mean, if you went to your place of work and someone was losing a limb at least once a month, would you want to work there? No, you can't pay me enough to put that at, right? I mean, call me crazy. But this isn't war. This isn't like a factory that's working to cure cancer. All these people are getting hurt and having their lives ruined for what? To stuff your drunk ass face with chicken nuggets at 3 a.m. and then puke it back up, right? You ungrateful bitch. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not losing a limb for chicken nuggets. I'm sorry. I think we can all agree on that. Thank you for agreeing with me. So screw Tyson for not being honest with us and misleading us, right? Like, how does this even happen in America? Well, this is dark history, and if you've been listening, you know how this happens. But it got me thinking, like, what are we supposed to do? People just want to be able to feed their families at the end of the day, get their protein. But, like, little do they know that it's filled with all this garbage. And I'm not, like, saying to boycott chicken nuggets or meat altogether, unless that's your choice, of course. I personally love meat, and I love my McNuggets as much as the next person. But, like, knowing about all the dangers that big companies are putting people and animals through, it makes you want to, like, I don't know, do extra research to make sure you know what you're putting in your body. At least it does for me. I mean, we all have the right to know the impact factory farming has on our health, our animals, and the
environment, most of all. Like, you should be aware of the environmental effects that it is having.
Environment, because we all live here, right? because then we can make the choice to do what we feel is right. Like, for example, now that we all know that free range labels are complete bullshit, shouldn't it be illegal to do that? Let's go back to that branches of government dark history episode and let's make a law. Who's down? They'll say something about like, I forget. Great. Oh, you can't say free range. Fuck that. They're such little fuckers. These companies don't seem to get in trouble whenever they lie to us. It's always our fault for some reason. And Tyson...
Yep. Of course. Of course. The FDA would not give a shit. Of course. Yeah. Yeah. They have the money to pay the fines, even if they did get fined. It's just a fine. That's all it is, you know? It's not stopping shit.
Ends up giving us nasty food instead of like free range organic stuff that we're paying extra money for. So gross. It's just another big corporation taking over and ruining the industry. And now we're becoming very dependent on them. It's a very toxic, one-sided relationship. And honestly, look, I mean, I don't have the answers, but I do know that we need to demand more from our corporations because they're the ones with all the freaking money to fix it. So let's brainstorm together and work in the comment sections of how we're going to take down Tyson. Let me know. I'm down. Okay. Watch, they're gonna put me on their hit list. I'm gonna be like one of those chickens. Oh, God. After doing so much research into Tyson, I had even more questions about companies that so many of us buy from every single day. I mean, these companies are like the backbone of our country. They're the subject of endless documentaries. They're nostalgic, a little evil, and honestly delicious. So tune in next week on our deep dive into the dark history of fast food. And don't forget to join me over on my YouTube, where you can watch these episodes on Thursday after the podcast airs. And while you're there, you can also catch my murder, mystery, and makeup. Dark History is an Audio Boom original.
Classic. Go follow Bailey. Does a lot of content. Oh, sorry. A very good YouTuber. Very good. Very good. Let's do an urban rescue, a ranch. Oh my god. Oh my god, he's so cute.
Sweet wampa.
Oh, so precious.
Gotta grab him. Well, this is quite the predicament. Uncle Ben took a few more Benadryl than he should have. We have a sturgeon now.
Just give it a bad
I think Mark got pregnant. But take a look at this. Duck moment is usually Good evening, everybody. I'm feeding this cringe squirrel. You gotta feed him very
Oh, he's so tiny.
slowly. But take a look at this. I'm gonna show you guys how to bottle feed an orphan squirrel. I do it very, very slowly because I love this little bean and I don't want him to aspirate. So I let him do it at his pace. Look how slowly I'm moving the syringe. And I'm only giving this cringe little fella 5% of his body weight in.
A cringe little fella. He's not cringe. He's precious. He's so hungry. Look at him.
Milk replacer. It's real important to latrine them. You want to go ahead and get a wet paper towel or your finger and just stimulate their butthole and their little pee hole. Kind of nasty, but this is super important. If you don't do this, they'll die, and this is what their mama would do. I said before, you guys, that you're not supposed to coddle wildlife, but this is a baby, and you're supposed to coddle them a little bit whenever they're this small. They need love. Eventually, we can desocialize them when they're little.
The little baby. It just needs a little love and a little cuddle snuggle.
A bit older. So until this cringe little boy is ready to be moved with other con-specifics, it is important and almost necessary to an extent to coddle them and love on them. And oh, look how he just crawled right under my shirt. But you can't get too attached because these guys do have to go back to the wild eventually. Big ounce in the dro fo today? Big ounce eating the blackberry fo today? Where else can you guys find primo content of Big Ounce eating a blackberry? In 4K 60, no less.
It's so cute. Ah! Ah! Oh, Big Ounce. I love him so much. He's so happy with this little blackberry.
Oh, sweet Wampo. You know what? If I put this as the title and thumbnail, this would probably get me more views than rescuing a hawk or being in a Ferrari accident. All right, guys, this video is for my pet sitter. I'm going to show you how to take care of all the animals here at the ranch, including the wildlife. So come on. As you can see, Patrick here doesn't need to be fed or cared for because he just eats grass. And we have sprinklers here that feed the grass. First stop of my chores, I have to feed these cringe foxes. All of them except for this one are terrified of me. I don't know why this one in particular is not scared. The people that were rehabbing these guys illegally coddled this one the most, I believe. Patrick, get out of here. And that's why this one in particular is so friendly. So we actually might have to keep this one. So this one could be an educational ambassador potentially. But these guys over here are very ready to go back to the wild. This guy needs a little bit more work. But these guys just eat kibble, meat, or live prey. Up next, I go over to the raccoon maternity ward. This is where our raccoons are in their pre-release enclosure. Like I said, they make their water disgusting. And this is that one that woman dropped off that she illegally rehabbed. And she coddled this boy way too much. So that's why he's so friendly. And to
he just wants pets. Give him a pet, please.
These guys today, I'm giving a mix of chicken gizzards and fruit. And I'm also going to go ahead and give them some dog food mixed in with
disgusting.
Even these little guys.
Wow, thanks. I hate it.
All things wild are still a little bit too rambunctious, but this little shy boy in the back is probably about ready to be released. This is our nursery. We still have some little guys in here. I give them the same thing, just a little bit of fruit. It's a similar kind of thing with these guys. We have two that are very friendly and two that are very skittish. In time, they will all be ready to go back to the wild. But I leave the food lying around for them to find it, and I make sure they have multiple little hides and comfort objects as well. Hebo! And hopefully these guys will wild. But if they don't wild up, I'll just start yelling at him like, blah, 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 blah. Oh, he's not even phased. In the last video, I put a bunch of minnows in here in the crocodile enclosure so that they would eat all of the mosquito larvae. And honestly, guys, I don't see a single mosquito larva in here. It's amazing. So now I'm going to give him the rest of this shrimp and we'll see how fast he can eat. Oh, very nice. But he has a little bit of grass in his mouth, so I'm going to go ahead and catch him and get it out of there. This is how you guys catch a crocodile. You got to be very fast. So you got to grab him just like that. Now let's see if we can get that grass out of your mouth.
Oh my God. Steve Irwin over here.
If I hold his mouth shut, I can just pick the little bits of grass out from the side. Ooh. Okay, guys, take a look at this. Oh, see, he's so much better than he used to be at catching these in his mouth. And when he's eating, he doesn't mind if I touch him. It's been 2 weeks since I put this grass in here, and the palm branch isn't completely destroyed yet from rot. But we still have a lot of minnows in here, and I don't see any mosquito larvae at all. And these guys provide good enrichment for him, too. This is one of the best crocodile setups I've ever seen anywhere on the internet for one this size. And the best part is we don't even have to put a heat lamp or any water heater in here at all. After that, I check on my Pob and Queeb and make sure they're fed. But if I've touched the raccoons or any other animals, I won't go in there and pet it until I've disinfected myself. Patrick, quit that. But these little puppies have this whole place to run around and play. And when things start to cool down, they'll jump and play on the trampoline. These enclosures are finally done here. We just need to put a safety door on this one. The cappies are being chilling with these chickens in their pool. And I'm gonna have to clean this out pretty soon too. After that, I regularly clean and refill the water for the raccoons. This keeps these precious little babies nice and cool whenever it's 108 degrees. And they also have shade here all day because of these trees. The clappy blappies and the goats have plenty of hay for the next 2 weeks, honestly. It's going to be a good while before I have to replace the feed for these fellas. And this is some nice alfalfa hay and some Bermuda. Cutie Pie and Markiplier are still very friendly, but I think Markiplier got pregnant from that one cringe boy that came over. Who knows when this cringe little fella's going to pop some babies out. But from now on, we're not having any non-neutered rescues come in here.
Oh my God, they're so fucking cute. God, I love goats. Oh, I love them so much. I love the little noises they make. Precious.
And mixed with my goats. Thankfully, PewDiePie did not get pregnant at all. As for the cringe algae pond, it's finally almost dried up. I let it dry up. It's amazing how long it took for this thing to dry up because I don't fill it with it. Oh, almost got me there, Kevin. Oh, almost got me.
Kevin, so much attitude always. Oh my God. This guy.
But yeah, guys, I let this dry up because it's just disgusting and it's a mosquito pit. But Kevin's getting better. He's not as aggressive as he used to be. Now he only attacks me every time I come out here twice a day. But this is a nice little mud pit. It should be dry pretty soon, and then we can put a liner down and hopefully fix it. But the reason
now he only attacks me every time?
The reason why I'm letting that dry out is because I want this to be their only water source. Fresh water from the hose is much better than nasty algae water. Even though my buddy said they can eat that and it's good for them. Whoa, was that hit rapper and artist a baby? Are you excited for your big match with Jake Paul, November 13th, 2023? That we confirmed in the last video. James Charles, Chestnut, and Homelander are doing well. But Homelander has a little bit of a limp. I came to check on him 3 days ago and I saw that he has a little bit of a gash here on his leg. My buddy who has tons of ostriches said that that's normal and he should heal from that just fine. But I'm a little bit worried about this beautiful man because I raised him from the time he was a baby and that's why he's so friendly. And he had a leg deformity whenever he was a small child. So obviously I care a little bit about his leg. And leg injuries in bipedals, which is animals with only 2 legs, is usually, oh, drop the phone there, pretty fatal. Uh-oh, drop my phone there. Hello there. Beautiful guy. It's still filming. Thank you. Thank you. But yeah, guys, pretty soon we'll have this eagle enclosure done. It's taking a while, though. I finally found somebody that can do it safely. My regular guys do a great job, but I don't know if they're equipped to go up there 20 feet high and set those joists. And my cheap butt doesn't have insurance. But the baby's wife and Petunia are doing very well, and she has this whole place all to herself. And we might be adopting a little baby pig for her to take care of, because one came into the Humane Society not too long ago. And they don't take pigs. There's nothing in this cringe coyote trap here. And there's the field that intern of ours took a joyride in, kind of cringe.
And some people actually thought that this was my Ferrari that burned up. No, guys, I can't afford that. Both those cars were worth more than double my entire property. Obviously, our intern was a large YouTuber that does durability test videos on very expensive cars. And obviously, he would have made a lot more videos about it.
I saw this. This showed up on my feed. I was wondering what the fuck this was.
Other than just burning it in a field.
Not intentional. Okay.
Obviously, if you watch his video, which was #1 on trending for a couple days, you can see that it was clearly an accident. I could have made a cringe story time YouTube about how the guy that drove Jake Paul into his fight on his tank destroyed his Ferrari by off-roading it behind my house. But we both thought it would just be funnier if I did this.
See you guys. Sadly, Uncle Ben took a few more Benadryl than he should have.
But Gord did get stuck in the fire, and he tasted pretty darn good.
And the pond is thriving now, you guys. Take a look at this. We finally got a lot more aquatic vegetation here, per your guys' request. Our friends at Prairie Creek Ponds came out again and gave us all of this aquatic vegetation. And we even got some neat props. This neat little umbrella reed. And some cool fish that should be able to help mitigate the algae. And I'll show you guys that right now. Lamar from Prairie Creek Ponds is giving me this little adorable baby.
This is a diamondback sturgeon. They can grow to be 7 feet long.
And today I'm also getting some flecos and these little babies. These are called high fin sharks. These guys are also going to be able to eat a little bit of the algae. I'm going to put them up here in the wetland filter. These guys up here will be safe from all the predator fish, but they might not be safe from herons. Also, the turkeys and this little garbanzo beans boy really love the pond now. Duck moment. Good morning, Biggerton Ounce.
Just like the Darthy sturgeon are taxonomic relics, and they're omnivores. They eat just about everything. I've caught 2 of the native species we have here in the U.S.
Why does it look like a dinosaur?
But this is a huge dream for me to have this in my pond. He's going to do just fine in here. Also, we found these eggs. What are they?
Pretty neat, huh, guys? And these sweet, sweet lichens are still growing. But this place is slowly coming together, and it's starting to look really nice. Who is this man? But we finally have the bacteria doser set up, which regularly puts in healthy bacteria that should also mitigate the algae. But now that Kevin's been fed, he's a little less angry. Oh, you just tripped. Oh, tripped a little bit there. I'm gonna bring out the whole ocean. All right, you two lovebirds, you guys have fun. And Garbanzo Beans, who is for sure a male rowan, who's just getting his plumage, is doing very well here, and he loves it here. All he does is just hang out with the kangaroos and eat
just a little garbanzo.
The baby fish. Well, this is quite the predicament. I can't leave. But these guys have water now. Get off me, boy. Oh my goodness, no. This is why you don't raise raccoons as pets, you guys. A woman took way too good a care of this little guy, and now he's way too friendly. It's gonna be real hard to get him to go back.
He's so cute. Oh my god.
So wild. I'm being honest with you right now.
How did she get rid of him though? Oh my god, it's so precious.
At this rate, a game warden would actually have to euthanize a raccoon that's acting like this. But they're very happy in here. They have plenty of fresh water and tons of food. And so is every other animal. And one last thing I'll show you guys is the half-cock is doing well over here. He likes to just sit over there in the corner. I think it's going to be a little while before we earn his trust. But that's it for now, though, you guys. I love you. I appreciate you. Thanks so much for watching this video. And I'll see you guys in the next video.
Oh my god. Big Ounce is so fucking cute.
Also, everyone, thank you for praying for Big Ounce back whenever he got his little tumor. There is now no sign of that at all anymore. That's just his little Peter. And this man has made a complete and full recovery, and I think that's completely because you guys all prayed back when that happened. 2 vets told me that I needed to euthanize him, and I'm really glad I did. But thanks for liking and subscriboing, and I'll see you guys in the next...
2 vets told him you had to euthanize him? What? What the fuck? What the fuck? I'm so glad he saved him. What the fuck? Big Ounce. Big Ounce has to live forever.
Oh, almost forgot to tell you.
Oh. Oh. Forgot to tell you. Real. True. Okay. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Work in the emergency department. You almost said room. Is it the room? Is it like a hospital or you're like some kind of shit? Okay, okay. What are you, a doctor, a nurse? What are we talking?
I wish. Coordinator.
Coordinator. Oh, what is that? You know. Don't be you don't do the bits. I do the bits. You don't just show up. You have a set of responsibilities that are well documented. You know exactly what they are, and I would like to know what they are as well. Okay? God damn, dude. Chill. What's a coordinator do?
Take calls.
Take call. Okay, all right. And what kind of... Why are you so sad? It's not a bad job. It needs to happen. They're depressing. Oh, I guess that's true. That is true because it's like someone who most people that work in an emergency room, it's like they have years of training and no one else could be there, and you like a robot could do your job. They're working on AI that'll do your job so much better than you, and you're probably one of the dumbest people at the emergency room. You know what I mean? Like everybody's like a seasoned.
Chill. He's always so mean. You're probably a fucking dumbass.
A nurse or a doctor, and you're just like a guy that, you're a receptionist, basically. You're a receptionist for people that have been stabbed recently.
What the fuck, man? Nurses do, like, most of the care in hospitals. Doctors are there for, like, 2 seconds. If you're lucky.
And if you drop a call, someone dies, And you seem like the kind of guy that's probably not that good at his job either.
Oh my God.
That sucks. No, you're right. I know why you're depressed now. I see. You should be scheduling like really bullshit stuff. You know what I mean? You should be at the lowest level of doctor there is. You should be like at I don't know, like a fungus guy, like a nail fungus guy. But you're like, it's life or death for you. And this wasn't what you wanted to do either. No chance. You didn't go to school for emergency department coordination, right? Did you go to Wisconsin? Yeah. Nice, hell yeah, dude. What did you study?
Communications.
Communications, okay. Damn, that's awesome, dude. What was the goal? Nothing, just fucking... You're like, look, the world's fucking... Global warming's happening. I'm not gonna retire, so... I'm gonna get the debt now. I'm gonna get a little pussy at the fucking. I'm gonna eat some cheese curds. Right. That's smart. Good. Are you from here?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I didn't. That makes sense. You're not the kind of guy that has too many new experiences. You knew about one school. You're like, I'm gonna go there. I'm not gonna worry about what I'm gonna study. I'm gonna get the easiest thing possible. Who hooked you up with the coordination gig? I'm guessing you didn't apply for it. Somebody you knew gave you the job, or. You applied, oh. It's that easy. That's not... the medical... We are fucked in America. You know what I mean? Like, our hospitals aren't good to begin with, but when you have truly, like... Again, no offense, one of the dumbest guys. One of the dumbest style of guys possible. Which is the guy that picks the easiest major at a state school so he can get fucked up. Like, you're a communications major because you couldn't just not major in something, Like, yeah.
Wait, is that the default? The default major? That's funny as fuck. I was gonna be like pre-med. I was going to major in chemistry. but could not pass Chem 101. So I'm an art history major. I do think, like, the social sciences are, like, the fallback for a lot of people.
Can you major in doing the bench press and playing Call of Duty? Because I'd like to do that instead. That's cool, man. How long you been there?
Like 6 months.
6 months. Oh, you're fresh there. All right, nice. Pretty fresh. Are you young? How old are you?
25.
25. Okay. Kind of cutting it close on a dumb job like that, you know? I was thinking maybe 23, 24. Oh, someone else who's a loser is like, oh, hey, come on, give him a break. Hey, whoa, hey, hold on, what the hell? 25's not that big a deal. Some of us are still getting our Etsy store out of the fucking gate. Relax. All right, I'm sorry, you and your friend whoever's over here that's also not achieving anything. That's all right. You're a handsome guy, though. You probably haven't faced a lot of consequences yet. This is the first time life is going to start going bad for you. And yeah, that's okay. It makes sense. You're on the precipice of a severe decline right now. Do you have are you in a relationship or anything like that? You are. Okay, nice. Is she successful? What's going on there? Yeah. Okay. What does she do?
She's successful.
Electrolysis. In the hospital as well? You met her at the cafeteria? Okay, nice. All right, I'm not gonna get, you're not great, ironically not great at communication, so I'm gonna move on.
Comms major cannot communicate.
But thanks for coming out, pals.
Oh, God. Painfully. When you study communications, but you still cannot communicate, ouch. Ouch.
Hello everyone, this is your daily dose of internet.
Oh my god! Oh my god. Oh, this is good. That's good.
Dude, I just got bitten by a bee. Is this bad?
That should be fine.
Is this bad?
Touch me.
Yo, what the fuck? What
Dude,
the
I just
fuck?
got bitten by a bee. Is this bad?
Yeah! He looks like the Hulk! What is that?
That should be fine.
That should be fine. Ain't no way, dude.
Det går formiddag alle sammen. Velkommen ombord. Du er kaptein. Da er vi på plass, så vi er helt klare I cockpit. Skal vi etter hvert stenge.
These students hid a sandwich behind these lockers for over a year.
Ew! Come on, man.
These people have been
That's so gross. I've seen that. That's vile. That's vile. You're growing some new shit in there. That's a biological weapon.
These people have been online friends for over 6 years and just met for the very first time.
Here's that lemonade.
Aww.
Are you ready to order or do you need a minute? I need a minute. Okay. Just holler if you need anything. Are you ready to order? Yeah.
This guy
Yeah.
found out that dyeing your hair with a shopping bag isn't a great idea because then the logo gets dyed in as well.
Ain't no way.
Welcome to Home Depot.
It's too good.
This is pretty cool. If you draw something with a dry erase marker and then pour in some water, it will start floating. I found a very large boy.
I'm gonna bring you home extra. They're gonna spoil you.
A big round boy.
You know, like when mum and dad come and move you at night and you don't even know you've been moved? That's exactly how he is.
These regular, ordinary people parked their car right next to where Harry Styles is supposed to come out of this hotel. So he pretended that he was a celebrity trying to hide from all the fans.
Oh. Sweet kitty. Yo, what the fuck? That was some Spider-Man shit. What the fuck was this? Actual Spider-Man.
I've never really thought about it before, but it makes sense that all the ambulances in Venice, Italy are boats.
That adds up. Oh my god, it's in his butt. Stop.
The footage actually turned out
Wait, is his phone waterproof?
pretty
Wait,
well.
what?
I have never seen such a nervous dog before. This dog was absolutely flabbergasted.
She's chewing on your tail, man. He said, what?
Holy.
These dogs
That's
are waiting for
crazy. That's crazy. Yo. Fucking Evil Knievel.
this motorbike to move so they can chase it. That is the end of this video, or we hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon.
Sweet doggo.
Later.
And commissions for queer icons like Troye Sivan and Dolly.
Did we watch this? We did.
Unable to process my request. Please. Oh my god, less than a minute. Oh my god. I'm having a heart attack. I hate.
Yeah, I think we did.
Today, I'm having strangers meet and have a conversation without seeing each other. Make sure you stick around to the end to watch them meet face to face for the first time.
Want to ask a question?
Okay, yep.
Go for it.
I'll go first.
Ready?
Yeah. What's something I wouldn't believe about you?
What made you stop loving someone?
Can I choose a different one?
If you want, yeah.
That's up to you.
Hold on. Let me see. Let me choose a different one.
Oh God. Finish the sentence. I wish I had told my ex.
I wish I had told my ex.
Blank.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Why you gotta go so deep with me, bro?
I do what the cards tell me.
Okay.
I wish I had told them that my internal pain wasn't their fault.
Wow, okay.
What about you?
I wish I had told my ex that I wish we slowed things down more instead of moving so fast in our relationship.
Yeah.
Because I feel like as fast as we move, it helped bring our relationship to an end.
Oof. I wish I had told my ex that I understand his addiction now. I just never understood it all that well, and he'd had addiction issues since he was 9 years old. So there's just so much more like development that he had based around substances. And yeah, I would tell them that.
What's something I wouldn't believe about you?
What's something you wouldn't believe about me? Here's something that most people wouldn't believe about me, but that's because they can see me.
Okay.
I've lost 175 pounds.
Oh my goodness.
So maybe you won't believe that about me once you see me at the end of this. But other than that, I don't know.
That's incredible.
I am a gigantic sports fan. Really? People meet me and that's not the first thing they think about me. So when football season rolls around and I'm like, ready to go. I'm not really great at either of those sports, but I love them.
What's something I wouldn't believe about you?
I almost died multiple times.
In Chicago?
Yeah. I never thought I would see 25 because a lot of my homies and a lot of my family members died before 25.
Right.
What about yourself?
I always told myself 23.
Right.
When I hit 23, this is like when I was like 14 and like growing up. I was like, once I hit 23, I'll be old enough, I've seen enough of the world.
Right.
I'm just gonna go out.
Right. Just
better by my own hand than someone else's, you know? And then I hit 23 and I'm like, wait, life's pretty good.
Right.
Like, there's some good stuff out here. And I'm like, well, maybe when I'm older, and now I'm 25, and I'm like, man, why did I ever think that way?
Right.
Man. That's so real. Being young is, like, really hard. Like, being a teen, a young adult, it's all very trying. It's shitty that so many people don't make it out, you know? Because it does eventually get a little bit better. Maybe not for everyone, maybe not a lot better, but enough better that it's, like, bearable. You get better at it, you know?
So I ain't going no more. I'm gonna see 35.
Yeah, and then 45. You got a long life ahead of you.
Yeah.
How old are you?
I'm 26.
25.
Oh, 25, okay. Yeah. So we're going through a lot in life that's, you know, we still learning.
Yeah. It goes like an age where you're supposed to know everything, but you don't know anything.
I have a lot of older people that tell me, like, you know, you're not really gonna know anything till you're at least 30. Like, your life really doesn't start till you're 30 years old.
Yeah.
You know, and from then on and then forth, you're gonna know all the mistakes you made in the past that you don't want to continue to make.
Damn, I'm still making them though.
Yeah? Hey, we still young though, brother.
Yeah.
We still young.
All my friends are always like, man, you're so old. I'm in my 20s, what are you talking about?
I'm 26, they telling me I'm 30 already.
Yeah, no, exactly. God, telling me, don't do that to me.
Like, not yet. I try to pick up my views in life a little bit faster because I always had to live older when I was younger.
I feel that.
Yeah.
You can't let go of your youth though, man.
Yeah.
You gotta maintain some childlike wonder about the world.
Yeah.
What's a song lyric that reminds you of someone?
I don't know if you ever heard the song Fine Line by Harry Styles.
I don't think I've heard that one specifically.
Well, there's a song lyric that says, put a price on emotion, I'm looking for something to buy. And that lyric, I would say, it reminds me of like my past self. Just because for a while, like, I just kind of felt like I didn't feel anything like at all.
Yeah.
And so I'd be constantly looking for like short-term things to make me happy.
Yeah, like get that quick dopamine kick.
Yeah, exactly. And so I think like putting a price on like emotion, like on anything, and like I'm looking for something to buy. I don't know, whenever I first heard that song, I was going through that time and it actually really got me through a lot. How about you?
Oh God. There's one called Icarus. The story of Icarus in Greek mythology is where he's got like wax wings and he flies too close to the sun and he plummets down. And it kind of reminds me of my dad, honestly, because he put himself out there for everybody.
Yeah.
And he did so much and he tried so hard, but he never reached out.
Yeah.
And I feel like he just ran so low on stamina that just like in the heat of the moment, you know, he ended up taking his own life, but he just burned so bright for so long.
Wow. Wow. I'm so sorry about your dad.
It's good. Thank you though.
Thank you.
I don't know about a specific lyric, but
you can say a song.
A whole song would be Just Like Heaven by The Cure.
Yeah.
Because I just heard it a lot growing up, and my mom told me she wants it played at her funeral.
It's a good song.
Right.
But like, that's such a good song. So now every time I hear it, I get sad, but I want to still enjoy it.
Oh.
Yeah, I relate to that.
What about you?
The song is called Bang Bros by Lil Durk. Every time I hear that song, it reminds me of my brother that passed, because it's something we used to listen to before he died.
Right.
And it just, every time I hear it, that's why I like to space that song out when I listen to it and not hear it too much.
Definitely.
Just because every time I hear it, I want to just be a strong memory for me.
If you don't mind me asking, how did he pass?
He was murdered at a house party in October 2013.
Damn.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
Damn, so what part of Chicago were you in if that was happening?
South Side.
Yeah.
It's a strong part of our life. Like,
definitely.
As much as we try to get away from it, it's hard to get away from it because it's just an everyday thing for me. Like, you know, everybody don't grow up the same, but where I came from, where I grew up, it was just a part of my life that I tried the best to get away from. It's one strong reason why I came to California, because like I knew that if I stayed there, some more worse things was gonna keep happening. So I'm like, if I could have a chance to come out here and stay out here, I'm gonna stay out here. And I feel like as a man, it made me a better man out here where I'm not an angry person.
Yeah, that's important. I know a lot of men like that.
Yeah.
They just they got something on their shoulder and they can't get rid of it.
Yeah.
What's the most heroic thing you've ever done?
Oh, goodness. I mean, I saved my grandpa and my grandpa's dog from the pool once. I was like 13 years old. They had like a 14-year-old dog that was blind and deaf, and it walked straight into the pool. My grandpa jumps in and then he starts drowning. The dog is like above water. My grandpa's under the water. And then
Not the dog.
and none of my family responded, so I just jumped in. I guess that's heroic in a way. I don't know. Saved both the dog and my grandpa.
Yeah, saved a double drowning. That's yeah, for sure. That's hero level quality. Air fist bump. Bam. By the end of this, I'm curious how many we actually lined up. Well,
the fist bump? Probably only one, that one. Yeah. Because I was like, yeah, and then I didn't actually do it, so I apologize. I apologize for not actually following.
I am so hurt.
I know, I'm so sorry.
Painful.
So rough from the outside perspective.
Dono wall fist bump.
I'm just over here looking like an absolute fool.
Okay.
My family's gonna watch this.
All right, okay,
What
well, what if we do this? We hold one up right now, and then smile for the camera.
Okay, yeah. Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay, cool, I got it.
Are we still doing it?
Yeah, totally.
All right, I know you're messing with me now. Yeah, okay, what about you?
I feel like they're like instantly best friends.
I used to work in a psychiatric hospital for kids.
Oh.
So
Damn.
I saved a couple kids
Hell of a
from
job.
like ending things.
Oh my gosh, yeah, that's incredible.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah.
What are you proud of but never have an excuse to talk about?
Oh man. Honestly proud of where I am today, because like whenever I was younger, like I was a model fucking student for a really long time, and then I got expelled from school. I went to an alternative school as a result of that expulsion. And I am one of two people that isn't either dead, a sexual offender, or like something along those lines.
Wow.
So I'm pretty proud of myself for where I am now.
Yeah, good for you. That's amazing.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm just proud of like who I am like as a person. Just like having the morals that I have.
Yeah.
And I want to be like humble and everything, but like, okay. I got an excuse to talk about it. So.
Yeah, no, this is a bragging moment. Fully take it.
Fully bragging. I would just say that I genuinely just think that I'm a good person. Like, I've done like bad things in the past, but I don't think that I don't think there's really good people or bad people. I think that there's just like people who do good and bad things.
Exactly.
But I would say that I'm more of a person that does like good things, and I'm just really proud of who I am for that.
Yeah, you should brag on yourself for that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
What are you proud of that you don't get to brag about?
Oh, maybe my sister. I feel like I probably don't talk about her enough. Like, I don't know, I feel like she's really like grown up to be such an awesome individual, and I want to see her more, and I want our relationship to grow more.
That's so f***ing sweet.
Yeah.
The thing you're proud of is somebody else.
Yeah,
I don't know. Yeah, I mean,
that's so cool. I love that.
I feel like I'm proud of the way I deal with my family because we're kind of dysfunctional, but I feel like I deal with it with everyone involved in enough of a way to just like protect my peace. Even if there is still residual drama, I know when to like drop things and walk away. And obviously that doesn't come up because who's gonna ask me about my family? Like, that just doesn't come up. But it's something I am proud of myself for being able to develop those skills. What about you?
This is actually something I've been thinking about lately. I'm very proud of the fact that I have developed a skincare routine.
Oh.
And I feel like I don't get to talk about it enough because like I don't want to seem vain. Like I sort of like sit there and wait for the sun to hit my face right so people will be like, oh my God, yes, face.
Yes, you should be proud. That's hard. It's hard, okay? It's hard to take care of yourself. A skincare routine is like a 10-step process.
But like it hasn't happened as often as I want it to, and like I can't just pop out on someone and be like, yo, like lately I've been taking care of my skin, like what's up?
Hey, I mean, I'm proud of you.
Have you noticed?
I applaud you for that.
Thank you for that question. I needed that.
I moved out of my family's house when I was really young.
Right.
And I was always in contact, at least with my mother. But about a year and a half ago, she got diagnosed with congenital heart failure.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, bro.
It's all right, thank you. So it's one of those things where it's like, you don't know when it's gonna happen, but one day it's just gonna happen. So I kind of cleaned up my act a little bit and moved back in with her to try and help take care of her. I am proud of myself for at least trying to take that step.
It takes time. I relate to that because I've had people tell me about getting close to my mother because I'll never know when her last day is.
Yeah.
So like, you know, I was mad at her for a long time where I wanted nothing to do with her.
Yeah, I
but
get that.
I just realized like days get shorter and nights are even shorter. So it's better to just be there as much as you can and just appreciate every day that you can.
Yeah. And even though, you know, people, like you said, people make mistakes, people mess up, but there were always times that she was there for you.
Yeah.
That's still your mother.
Yeah. And that's a strong one right there, brother.
Yeah.
That's a strong one.
What's on your mind?
Honestly, at our Airbnb, we have this frozen pizza from Trader Joe's that I'm really excited to try.
Dude, that is awesome.
Yeah.
What kind of pizza is it?
She's just excited about the pizza.
What kind of pizza is it?
Wholesome.
Cheese. Trader Joe's cheese pizza.
Get it?
Calling my name. And also, of course, that I think that you're a really great person. I don't even like know you, but
oh man, thank you so much.
What's on your mind?
Dude, honestly, anxiety. I've enjoyed this thoroughly, but
me too.
It is very anxiety inducing.
Yeah.
And I almost cried a couple times.
I know, I was like,
ooh, my friends. And we've been having such a good time today. Being here, being in the sun. It's been really foggy in San Francisco. What about you?
Yeah, enjoying this experience. I think this is really fun. I am currently now looking at my fiance. So you're looking at your friends, I'm looking at my fiance. So.
When are you guys gonna get married?
June 2nd of 2024. We can't change it now. It's now on the internet. So
yes!
Congratulations! We'll just link this, we'll just send this video to people to let them know and be like, all right, skip like right there, you know. If you're not
it could be
gonna
like
watch
the
the
save the date, right?
Yeah, save the date.
How long have y'all known each other? Now I just need to know more about this. I'm just gonna ask you.
Yeah, no, I can give you a little more.
Yeah.
So I was actually, so I was referring to her as my wife a year before I ever spoke to her. And let me explain.
That sounds like me too.
I'm sorry, what?
So My friend, I was explaining to my friends that I really have a thing for bald girls.
My wife.
And my friend said, I've got the bald girl for you.
Oh, amazing.
And she showed me a picture, and they're like, this is Nyx. And I was like, oh, you mean my wife? And so for a whole year, my friend Legend would be like, oh, this is what Nyx is doing. And I'd be like, oh, you mean my wife?
Oh.
And then like after a year, I bought some art from them. Actually, this t-shirt they made, it's my favorite t-shirt. I bought some art from them and I started talking to them. I was like, oh my God, I can never call them my wife again. What if I ever, like, Lord forbid, date them? Then I'd have to explain that I called them my wife for a whole year. Absolutely. And now we're getting married.
Get me. Yeah.
It's super cute, but if it hadn't worked out, then it was just kind of creepy.
It is very cute, but yeah, you know, if they didn't get together, that would be extremely creepy.
Fair enough, but like, I think it, you know,
it was a
happens for a reason.
She was a meme in my life first.
That is incredible.
Aww.
And I'm staring at them right now. Hi.
So cute.
That's so exciting. I'm so happy for you guys.
Thank you.
How are you doing, really?
I'm doing good, baby. I'm doing great.
I'm glad to hear that.
I'm doing great today. It's been going great lately. Like every day is getting better, and I see my future is getting better from here on out. Like I said,
that's optimism right there.
Yeah, it's been hard. It's been hard growing up. It's been hard from a lot of things I've been through, and I doubted myself. I was done.
Right.
I was just done with life. You know how you could be done with life at times.
Yeah.
But when I wake up and I see this sun, and I see these trees, and I get to breathe this air, it just makes me want to make sure I get up and I go forward with my next day. What about yourself?
Not as optimistic, but it's definitely there. Every day I do just fear like, oh, she's not gonna wake up today.
Right.
But despite that, especially once I see that hasn't happened, I'm very like, okay.
Right.
I can breathe, and I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to experience it. Like even if something doesn't work out, I'll be all right.
Right.
I'll move on. It'll be good.
You know, when the sun comes up, God gave us another day. We must be here for a reason.
That's a tough one for me. I am not a religious man, so.
Yeah. One thing I always say is, I know the devil is real, so God has to be real.
Yeah.
He has to be. We see a lot of evil things going on in this world that is coming from the devil. It has to come from some dark entity. So if the devil is real, then God has to be real. They'll say that it's evolution and the Big Bang and
I don't know if that logic tracks, man. I don't follow the logic tree. Good things and bad things also exist. Yeah, that's true. They exist simultaneously. But I don't think the existence of bad things has to be because there's like an evil force. Things can just be bad sometimes.
everything, but there's too much energy within people itself on this earth, and I felt God within myself. It's times where I want to do bad things, where I had a second voice in my head. He tell me like, nah, don't do that. Nah, go this way. Leave. Do something different. Be quiet. Move forward.
You're talking about your conscience?
Do better. Even if you got to be alone at times.
Yeah, definitely. Just because the path is the right path doesn't mean it's an easy one.
Yeah.
That's beautiful. Faith is scary but beautiful.
Definitely. What's the craziest thing that happened to you?
Oh, that's so vague.
Yeah.
Honestly, it might just be this.
Yeah.
This is really out of the ordinary for me. Being in front of a camera in general is like not common for me, so
yeah.
I'm pretty nervous right now, I'd say. What is the most interesting thing about you?
My talking skills, the way I just like to talk to new people and just get to know new things about people and just see what I can learn from the next person, because I always say that the best teacher is listening.
I definitely agree, like being able to listen. Everybody has a story, everybody has something to say, you can learn from everybody. But I don't know if I have those talking skills like you do.
Yeah.
It's hard for me to start engaging like that.
All it is you just gotta sometimes say things that you feel uncomfortable saying, and just say it and just see what type of response you can get out of somebody.
I'll hopefully learn that from you.
Okay.
What made you stop loving someone?
Something that made me stop loving someone was them making me feel worse about like myself and like my image of myself. Because I was really, really confident for a while, and then I was with someone that absolutely shattered that, like absolutely shattered that. And that, like, I think I never really stopped loving them until I realized that I felt so much worse about myself because of what they thought of me.
Exactly.
And so I think that something that makes me stop loving someone is just for them to make me not love me, you know?
I mean, having someone tear you down emotionally like that is like so much worse than I think a lot of people realize. The emotional abuse part of domestic abuse lingers so much longer than the bruises themselves.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
What makes your heart smile?
Good music.
Yes, brother. Yes. That is my same answer.
Great music. What's the last song that made you smile like that?
What's that Harry Styles song? In this world. In this world. Yeah.
That's the one, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one.
When you hear it and the sun is out, it's just like it's hard not to be happy.
That's a great summertime song.
Yeah.
Top down kind of song.
Yeah.
What's something you wish you would have said?
I think it's gonna go back to my dad again. I wish that I would have expressed in a more complex manner just how much he means to me. Whenever you're depressed and you're that much in the hole, like, I love you can mean a lot, but sometimes you just feel so numb and such that you really need it like hammered into your head that you are loved and you have support. And, like, I know that I can't put it on myself that he's gone, like that there's nothing I could have technically done to change that fact, but it's something that I wish I would have expressed thoroughly one last time.
Yeah, I understand that.
What about you?
That's rough, man. Yeah, like, you can't blame yourself for somebody else's suicide, but like, there is something to that like, you should always tell everyone you love that you love them. Tell them right now. In this moment, tell them that you love them. Because literally nothing is promised. You do not know. Anything could fucking happen. Man, that's hard. Man, I love this person. They seem so cool.
Something I wish I would have said. My older brother, he has like literally loved me so much since the day that I was born. Like, absolutely, like the best big brother like anyone could genuinely ask for. But I just never like appreciated him at all. He didn't have to like act that way with me. I was just get like so annoyed with him, never want to be with him, never want to hang out with him, always embarrassed of like my like older brother. But like, he just loved me so much that I really wish I would have like appreciated him more and like told him that like I loved him more. Him and I really aren't that close anymore because he tried so hard with me and I just would never like reciprocate it to him. So probably that.
I'm surprised that like I don't feel anxious anymore.
Yeah.
I'm pretty comfortable sitting here talking to you at this point.
Yeah.
Are you the kind of guy that likes to do karaoke?
I could do it. Sometimes I get nervous.
Yes, sir. Me too. That's one thing. No matter what, I cannot do it.
Just give me a song that I know, and then, I'm up there.
That's courage.
You cool people, bro. I swear. Like, at first I was a little bit nervous.
Yeah.
But like, you made the conversation go easy.
I feel like they could be friends too.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Based on this one conversation, I think you're the most optimistic person I've ever met.
Yeah, really?
Like, I feel like no matter what happens, you're always gonna find a way to be happy.
Yeah.
That's hard. I like that.
I really appreciate that, bro.
Yeah. What is your star sign, by the way?
I've been told I'm a Leo.
You've been told you're a Leo.
What's your sign?
Gemini.
Gemini? Okay, cool.
I'm gonna go ahead and guess Aries. I'll guess Aries.
Yeah.
I'm right? No way!
I'm going to guess Virgo.
Sag.
You're wrong. I'm a Sagittarius.
Oh my god, I was right. Oh my god, I was right. Let's fucking go.
Oh!
I'm thinking Libra.
Cancer.
I'm thinking Taurus.
Taurus?
Yeah.
That's my moon.
I'm a Taurus.
Oh, gang. Yeah. I'm a Virgo.
What's yours?
I'm a Libra.
Oh, okay. One of my homies is a Libra.
Oh, I thought it was like a, man.
Oh, no.
Because I'm
no.
not gonna lie, there's, like again, we're not supposed to be the greatest of friends.
Yeah, no, I mean, my grandma's a Libra and my homie a Libra. So, like, I love Libras. Cancer start like June 28th.
Okay, so it's early June.
21st? Oh, okay,
Dang,
yeah.
so I wasn't even in July. I was a whole month off. That's
I'm
fine.
a real Cancer, though, July 6th. I'm
Dang.
the realest Cancer, bro.
I'm gonna hand you that. Hold on to that for a second. And you guys are each gonna do your best drawing what you think the other person
Oh
looks
my
like.
god.
Man, I told you I'm an artist, but hold on.
I am not.
I need like a table.
Please don't make me do this. You got it. It looks great. It looks amazing. It looks amazing.
Whatever you see, it's not because you're bad, it's because I'm a bad artist, all right?
I hope you won't judge me based off my drawing of you.
Oh, I mean, based off my drawing, you will judge me, so.
I need a pencil. I can sketch better with a pencil.
Okay, I tried to draw waves.
Oh, you wrong. I can tell you that. Do you got like a taper?
I had a taper, but it's kind of shaggy right now. I need to get it cleaned
But
up.
that's like your normal cut, is like you get a taper?
Yeah.
Okay. I already did it.
What ethnicity do you think I am?
Mexican. I got Mexican homies, so like, I don't know. I mean, I ain't trying to be like, stereotypical.
I trust.
Hold on, I get you.
Oh god.
This is gonna be so good.
Dang, you doing full body?
I'm so
background?
excited for this.
Nah, they lying.
Yeah, it's your house.
Yeah, he got the address and everything. It's just eagle eye view. He do my mama.
Okay, I think I'm done.
Alright, so hold it up to your face so that this camera can see it, and hold it there for a second until I focus on it. There you go. Alright, let me
Wait, this is actually so accurate. She nailed it.
make sure this one's got it. In front of your face so that the camera sees it.
I'm gonna get it closer, maybe.
Off-white.
You tell me where to...
Wait, he also nailed it. Wait. This is so close. That's crazy.
put it where...
Okay. Okay, not terrible.
That's what you guys think the other person looks like.
Oh man.
That's amazing. Okay, show it to me. This is the worst thing I've ever done. So that the
Just
camera-
an actual stick figure.
Get it? Like in front of me. Yeah, there you go. Perfect.
The light queen. Oh my god. This.
So that the
This. Oh my god, this. Soleil. Soleil. Close. Close.
cameras get it. Like in front of me. Yeah, there you go. Perfect. Go ahead and fold them up. Hand it to each other. Okay, you don't open yours yet.
Okay.
You can go ahead and open it.
You did better than me though. Hold on.
No way. You were on that thing for like half an hour, I swear.
It ain't bad.
Was I right about the jawline? Because
Yeah,
that's
the
really what I felt.
jawline, I got a little. I want this jawline though. Hold on,
Oh, gee.
I just keep this.
Off-white. Dang, I do have a mustache. But I shaved the chin. I shaved the chin like a week ago. Dang, that's pretty close. I'm not gonna
Nailed it.
lie.
No, don't lie to me, bro.
Now, the only difference, I have curly hair.
I know, I gave you like an afro. I meant I was trying to do curly, but I needed like a pencil.
Just going on my fridge.
No.
Yeah, go
Stop.
ahead.
So, am I got it? Do I have it right?
Look at it, look at it, look at it. Do you see any reason?
Wait. Wait, how did they know? How did they know that she had a cowboy hat? What the fuck? Wait, what?
Do you see any reason? Dude, oh my god.
We both have dope hats.
Yeah, I thought you had a hat. Did you guys tell each other what you were drawing? Because we both drew the same thing.
Yeah, we drew the exact same thing. No,
well, we said this is
serendipity.
so funny.
No shit.
Oh no.
Are you wearing a cowboy hat? Are you joking? What? Yeah!
That's unreal.
No, you're wearing a cowboy hat?
Yeah, man, I got it
makes me
yesterday. I'm really
so happy.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
I'm literally keeping that forever.
Kismet.
Oh hell yeah!
I got the piercing.
Dude, you got the bangs.
Oh, cool.
All right, now go ahead and hand them there.
I'm gonna keep this in my wallet forever.
Okay. Oh my gosh, this is good. Oh no.
I thought you just have like a very kind, honest looking face, and I imagined a side part, so.
Pretty accurate.
And long hair.
Real.
Of course, I'm with someone who's like super into art and everything.
Go ahead and open it.
Oh my god.
No, it's okay. I still appreciate it. I will put it on my fridge. So.
If you're spot on again, I'm gonna be like.
I'm gonna be shocked because.
Psychic. Nailed it.
How are you way more accurate?
Am I really?
You're way more accurate.
Nailed it.
Accurate than me. She's like
good.
way more accurate than I am. Okay.
You guys ready to move face to face?
Yes.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna fix the cameras.
Don't tell me you're like 6'6". I'm gonna be like a dwarf compared to you.
Close.
Close?
I'm close to it.
And in Chicago, you'll look that way.
Oh. A weight has been lifted.
I'm like so excited. I'm like, first day of school, it feels like. I'm so scared. Don't turn. Okay. Before we get to see them meet face to face for the first time, I want to show you a journal I just launched. It's called All the Strangers I've Ever Met. And basically, it's a cute little journal for you to document every time you meet a stranger. It has little sections for you to fill out, like a section for their photo or a drawing of them, questions you could ask them, and my favorite page where you'll check off what country you met them in. This
That's so wholesome. I love Thoraya.
This whole episode is about strangers meeting strangers. My channel is about me meeting strangers, and I'm sure you meet a lot of strangers in your life. And hopefully now we could document it all. If you want to buy one, I'll have it linked in my description, or you could go to Thoraya.com. Thank you if you do. It really helps with the production of my episodes. But if you don't, thank you still, because you've helped support me enough already. And now let's get back to the episode. Okay, whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
I totally thought you looked different.
Okay. Yes, okay, I was a little on. Like you. I'm Pepin.
Nice to meet you. I'm Amanda.
Very nice to meet you. It was extremely interesting talking to you today.
Yes, this was so fun, dude. I will be framing this. This is the funniest thing ever.
I wasn't that off.
Not really. You got the volume there.
There you go.
One, two, three.
Hey!
Oh my gosh, you're so pretty.
You're pretty.
Thank you.
Your hair's so much longer than I envisioned.
You're shorter than I envisioned.
Dude, I'm 4'11". Really? Yes. I'm like 2 inches away from being legally a little person.
Wait, can you stand up for a second?
Yeah. Yeah. Boom.
Legally a little person.
But you're so cool.
You're so cool.
I love the face tat.
Thank you. A lot of people think it's a cross, but it's a dagger. Yeah, a dagger with dragonfly wings.
That's really cool.
Are you a hugger?
I'm a hugger.
Sweet.
Aw. It was a great conversation with you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
My bracelet broke during
Oh,
it.
speaking of bracelets. Speaking of bracelets.
Oh my god.
I knew I was going to do this and I wanted to give it to whoever.
Oh my
I was
gosh,
doing
that's
it
so
with.
sweet.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Can I take a digicam of you? Sorry.
Awesome. And we will be in contact.
We definitely will.
Yes.
That was so fun.
All right, whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Wait, count us down.
Oh, I looked immediately. Hello. You ready to hug?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my god, cool socks.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh my
Yeah,
gosh.
Yeah. Holy
Stop.
shit, a cowboy hat. That's
No,
so.
I knew you were wearing a hat.
I love it. Yep,
Okay.
wearing a hat.
I knew you were wearing a graphic tee.
Dude, calling the cowboy hat is really something.
And the cool shoes.
The cool shoes and
And
socks.
even cool socks.
Yeah. Thank you. I dig your eyeliner.
Thank
Good.
you.
Yeah,
Thank
yeah.
you. This has been so fun.
This has been a blast. It's
Oh
so
my
good
God.
to have met you, and you're coming to my wedding.
Yeah, and I'm gonna go to the wedding.
Yeah,
So.
yeah.
And they're coming too.
Yep. Hello. Yeah, you get +2 to our wedding.
Oh my god.
Bring it in, baby.
Can I get you? Yeah, of course.
Oh my god, it's them! Oh my god!
You're so lovely.
I love them!
I love your eyeliner. Thank you.
Hello. Hi. Yay!
Shout out to my ex.
1, 2, 3.
Oh, whatever.
God damn, you are Tom. Shit.
What's up, man? So I was kind of close. That's what I was thinking. Like, I knew you had curls. I could just tell. You feel me? I was trying to get some earrings. I knew you had some earrings.
Yeah, I got some big ones.
I should have got the glasses. Oh yeah, this was fun, bro.
This was fun.
Yeah, this was fun.
Good to meet you, Chicago.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, Chicago to San Diego, man. You know how we come.
Yeah, you guys, was that fun?
Yeah, no, that was fun. So, man, you know.
Thank you to all the strangers who participated, and thank you to all the strangers who helped with the intro and thumbnail.
Yeah, you guys, was that fun?
Yeah, no, that was fun.
That was good.
That was fun for sure.
So good.
Thank you.
Aw.
This episode
Thoraya
is
is so
sponsored by...
wholesome. God, I love her. Excellent content. That'll be it for me this evening. Thank you so much for hanging out. I appreciate you. I will be back tomorrow with some video essays and chill. Look forward to it. Thank you so much for everything, and I'll see you then.
Thank you.